jour.
Orders of the day, government orders, government bills, copies. Resume consideration at second reading stage of Bill C-31, Protecting Canada's Immigration System Act. Resuming debate on the amendment of Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Don Valley East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am very pleased with this opportunity to rise in support of Bill C-31, Protecting Canada's Immigration System Act, legislation which will strengthen Canada's immigration and refugee program in a number of very important ways. The legislation before us builds on our government's already impressive track record for welcoming newcomers while preserving the integrity of our borders and taking action to crack down on those who abuse our generosity. Mr. Speaker, our government is increasing the number of refugees who will resettle in Canada by 20% year over year. We will be increasing the number of resettled refugees each year by 2,500 additional refugees. This is on top of the fact that Canada is already receiving 1 out of every 10 resettled refugee in the world. Canada has a very strong track record of providing assistance and sanctuary for refugees who are in genuine need of protection, Mr. Speaker. And under our government, that track record is markedly improved. As the Prime Minister has noted in the past, not only does Canada have, relatively speaking, the largest immigration program in the world, not only do we have the most generous system of sanctuary for refugees in the world, we also have a level of public support for immigration that is unparalleled anywhere else in the world. Mr. Speaker, Canada welcomes thousands of new immigrants and refugees every year through one of the most generous and free, fair refugee systems in the world. Since 2006, our Conservative government has welcomed the highest sustained average of immigration in Canada's history. This is a source of pride for our government and a reflection of the generosity of our nation. But while Canadians are generous, Mr. Speaker, we are not naive. Canadians will not tolerate those who abuse our generosity. Canadians will not tolerate the acts of sophisticated criminal organizations whose only motive is profit and who prey on those who seek a better life by making promises that they can't get them into Canada. Bill C-31 therefore introduces important reforms to deter individuals and organized crime groups from engaging in illegal and dangerous human smuggling operations. Mr. Speaker, in 2010, Canadians were given a sober reminder that our country is not immune from organized crime criminal groups intent on making a profit from human smuggling. The arrival of the immigrant vessel Sun Sea came less than 1 year after the arrival of the Ocean Lady. The fact that these vessels reached our shores less than 12 months apart clearly demonstrates that human smuggling networks are targeting Canada as a destination that they can use the generosity of our immigration system and the promise of a new life in Canada as a means of profit. Recent international media reports of a massive smuggling ring headed for Canada that was recently dismantled in Togo are a reminder that human smuggling is a problem that will not go away. Mr. Speaker, human smuggling is a crime that recklessly endangers lives. We must take action now so that we can address the challenges confronting us and moving forward. Yes, Canada is a welcoming nation, but our government has clearly stated that we cannot tolerate the abuse of our immigration system, either by human smugglers or by those who are unwilling to play by the rules. Canadian immigrants who wait in line have no tolerance for those who use illegal means to jump the queue. And that is why today our government is moving forward with the Protecting Canada's Immigration System Act. Through this act, our government is cracking down on those criminals who would abuse our generous immigration system and endanger the safety and security of the Canadian communities. We are ensuring the integrity and the fairness of Canada's immigration system for years to come. Among many measures under Bill C-31, our government is enabling the Minister of Public Safety to declare the existence of human smuggling event and make those involved subject to the Act's measures, making it easier to prosecute human smugglers, imposing mandatory minimum sentences on convicted human smugglers, and holding ship owners and operators to account for the use of their ships in human smuggling operations. It is important to note, Mr. Speaker, that unlike Bill C-4, Bill C-31 includes an exemption from detention for minors under the age of 16. Under this Act, our government will also reduce the attraction of coming to Canada by way of illegal means and human smuggling operations. This includes measures like preventing those who came to Canada as part of a human smuggling event from applying for permanent resident status for up to 5 years, should they successfully apply for refugee status. Ensuring the health benefits participants receive are not more generous than those received by Canadian public, and preventing individuals who participate in human smuggling events from sponsoring family members for a 5-year period. Mr. Speaker, these measures are tough, but they are fair. All Canadians expect our borders and shores to be protected and secure, and our generous system protected from abuse. And to those who want to jump the queue or to target Canada for criminal gain, these measures are a message. Canada will not tolerate human smuggling. Mr. Speaker, human smuggling provisions in Bill C-31 have been widely praised. This is what Michael Deakin Macy, past President, Board of Directors of Victoria Immigration Refugee Centre Society, said. Canada is a generous country with an immigration system that treats immigrants and refugees very well. However, there are those who are not willing to wait their turn in line and criminals who would profit from this. Instead, they want to jump the immigration queue and make their way into Canada through any means available to them, by bypassing several hospitable countries and travelling halfway around the world to land on our shores. As a result of this human smuggling, honest and legal would-be immigrants who are waiting patiently and anxiously in the queue are penalised, while these smuggled refugees' claims are processed. To all reasonable observers, the criminal enterprises that human smuggling is an abuse of both Canada's generosity and the honesty of all the other immigrant applicants. We are pleased that the government has sent a clear message that this will not be tolerated, and we welcome the introduction of the legislation preventing human smugglers from in effect creating an unfair two-tiered immigration system, one for the impatient rich and the other for those honest applicants. Mr. Speaker, the measures which our government is introducing in Bill C-31 will enhance our ability to crack down on those who engage in human smuggling and who try to exploit Canada's generous immigration system. They will strengthen our ability to protect Canadians from criminals or terrorist threats. They will respect our international obligation to provide assistance to those legitimate refugees who need our protection and help to start a new and better life. From coast to coast to coast, Canadians want to help those in need, or those who genuinely need our protection. But that does not make us naive, but it does not make us pushovers. Canada wants tough but fair measures to stop those who would abuse our generosity from becoming part of Canada's society. That is why our government is taking action. That is why our government is doing today. And this is what we are going to continue to do in the future. I urge all members to support this important piece of legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for York South Weston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for his speech. However, one of the things that has come to my attention is that most of the strengthening of Canada's immigration system will happen anyway without this bill, because in June of this year there will be implementation of the former C-11, which in fact does the kinds of things the government keeps talking about needs to be done. They're already going to be done. So what is so urgent and necessary that we undo what was agreed to before and that we now present something completely different and much more restrictive and not agreed to by the other parties in this House? And so can you outline what significant differences are coming that are so egregious? There are so many false refugee claims that won't be captured by the existing C-11.
The honourable member for Don Valley East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for my colleague's question. Clearly, there are gaps in what was in C-11, and those gaps are being completed by this bill here. Gaps that will actually prevent refugee claims that are going to come from countries where there is no persecution or prosecution taking place of people.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from Don Valley East for an excellent speech. And if you notice, Mr. Speaker, today I'm wearing green. and I'm wearing green to celebrate St. Patrick's Day is tomorrow, and I noticed a little bit of green going around the chamber today, which is wonderful. And that's my heritage. My relatives came to Canada well over 100 years ago, and they came to Canada because of great opportunities, and we have the greatest country in the world. And this bill being put forth today is an effort to make sure that we maintain, be in the best location for people to come to, but we all recognize that there are issues with our system. So one of the things that this bill is going to address is tightening up for people who take advantage of our generous system. So I'd like to ask my colleague if his constituents, would they agree that people with no identity that could pose a risk should be led onto our streets before their identity is determined?
The honourable member for Don Valley East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for my colleague for that wonderful question. Canada clearly is one of the best countries in the world. Certainly for me, where I've lived in many countries, Canada is the best country in the world, and we want to keep it that way. And that's why we want to make sure that some of these things that we're taking in this bill will actually help us prevent criminals and other people who are actually abusing the system from coming into this country and making it not the best country in the world.
Honourable Deputy de Gaspésie.
Honourable Member for Gaspésie et de la Madeleine. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Wearing grey, and I think the reason I'm wearing grey is because of the dark cloud that's hanging over our heads because of this bill. Now that's relevant. I would say that there's a real problem. There's so many problems with this bill that I don't even know where to begin. But I'm going to start by suggesting. First of all, I'd like to thank the member for his expose because I think it was well considered, although I think flawed. Parts of this bill talk about exceptions for safe country designations, where members of the LGBT community, lesbian, gay, bisexual, and trans, may very well not be able to have access to our refugee system because the minister won't be able to use those designations anymore to determine whether a country is actually safe. And I would say in Mexico, being gay it can be very dangerous, and in fact, many people have lost their lives. I don't agree with the way this bill is written today, and I'd really like to hear the members' comments on how lesbian and gay members of this in the world are going to be able to access this. I agree with them. Great country of ours, and I think one of the reasons it's such a great country is because we do welcome people who are in danger in other countries. And with this bill, we're not going to be able to do that, and people's lives are going to be at risk. So I'd like to hear his comments on risking people's lives for political purposes.
Honourable Member for Don Valley East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the question from my colleague over there. And I think, again, there are countries where gays, lesbians, and whatever bent you have are quite safe and actually perform very well from that point of view. There are also abuses from countries like Mexico that have taken place in the last year, and you can see where claims of being, of that gender or whatever have been made when it's totally false. In fact, I think there was at one point 1,500 people coming in from Mexico every month. So there's a balance that needs to be made, and this bill, I believe, gives that balance for that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
In debate, the Honourable Member for York South-Weston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And in light of the fact that we're talking about our clothes color, I am wearing some green but also some black today in honor of my heritage, but also to remind people that it is a gloomy day here in this House. This bill undoes a lot of good work that took place in the last Parliament. And although I asked my friend opposite what exactly are the differences, all he could say was there are gaps. And, Mr. Speaker, what the government is now doing is creating gaps where those gaps had been filled, where there was, in fact, agreement of the parties here to fix the problems with the legislation in such a way that all circumstances were taken care of. We have now created a whole bunch of gaps in this legislation that are glaring by their example, as was evidenced a few moments ago. Those in some countries that may be declared safe, but who happen to belong to the gay and lesbian community may in fact be refugees, but they don't have the opportunity under this new bill to be exempted from the rather horrendous provision of having to have a hearing within 15 days, and if you don't win, you're out. The government argues at some length in some of the speeches earlier that a significant percentage of supposed refugee claimants abandoned their claim in the course of the period of time. And we all on this side of the House agree that we don't want fake claims. We don't want to encourage a system where people are coming to this country merely to abuse our system. And Bill C-11 in the previous Parliament did that. It fixed the problem of the fake claimants. It fixed the problem to everyone's satisfaction, and in fact to the minister's satisfaction. The minister praised the bill. So what has changed between C-11 of the last Parliament and now in terms of Canada's refugee system? Absolutely nothing. There's nothing that has changed since then to warrant such new and draconian measures being placed into this legislation. And the new law would have taken effect in June of this year. And we would be in a position in June of this year with a law that had been through the process, that was ready to roll, that fixed all of the problems that are being talked about again here in the House of the abuse of Canada's refugee system. Those things would have been fixed, and we're throwing it away. And so we're wasting an awful lot of time, energy, and resources. But for what purpose? What is the purpose of this thing? One of the things that is glaring in this bill, that maybe is the purpose, is the absolute power it gives the minister. The minister would have the absolute power, and despite the comments from the other side that, oh yeah, he'd consult, but ultimately it falls within the power of one human being to determine for most of the planet whether people are in fact safe from persecution or not. Now, there's a lord, a British lord, Lord Acton, who stated that power tends to corrupt, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. Great men are almost always bad men. Those words were spoken quite some time ago, almost over 100 years ago, in the British system, to describe what happens when you give somebody too much power. It becomes a corrupting influence. Now, I have the utmost of regard for the current Minister of Citizenship and Immigration. I think that minister is probably going to do a good job. But who knows who's coming next? We in Toronto have discovered just what happens when you give power to the person in charge. Because during David Miller's term as mayor, there was a big push on the part of the mayor to give the mayor more power, to give him the power to select an executive committee, to give him the power to run things in a much more autocratic way. And look what happened. We ended up with a mayor who is now abusing that power and who is running amok and who now faces the possibility of being stripped of his office as a result of the power that he has used. That is what comes from putting too much power in the hands of one individual, and that is part of what this bill does. It creates a system that puts everything in the hands of one individual, and we don't know who that individual will be next. We do also have situations where exceptions that were provided for in C-11 have been eliminated. And I'll give you an example, a personal example from my riding, where an individual who was a coroner working for the police in what will probably be designated a safe country. Now, that person came to Canada as a refugee because the police told that person they could no longer protect them because they had given too much evidence against the criminal gangs that happen to exist in that country. And although the country is generally safe, that individual is left a beautiful home and a beautiful practice and quite a a well-to-do lifestyle in that country because their life was in danger. Under this bill, and that person has now gone through several stages of applying to be a refugee, and it is very difficult to establish that for an individual coming from such circumstances. This bill would prevent that person from, would in fact probably send that person back to that country to probably be killed, because that country is designated as a safe country, and that's wrong. We need the ability for the minister to be able to find exemptions. We need there to be an ability for individuals to have access to the legal system, to have access to justice, and that is being denied them by this 15-day maximum time that they can take. I want to talk a little bit also about the old C4 that is now rolled into this thing, the failed refugee claimant, the Sun Sea and Ocean Lady part of this bill, which suggests that persons who the minister, again leaving the power in the hands of one individual, different minister this time, declares as irregular arrivals, makes victims, creates victims of those individuals. Now, we've heard over and over and over again about how this government is on the side of the victim. Not here. Not in this bill, Mr. Speaker. Those individuals who were innocent until they arrived into Canada are now the victims and are now to be punished by being incarcerated the day they set foot, as soon as the minister declares that arrival to be an irregular arrival, which clearly would have been the case with the Sun Sea and the Ocean Lady, and probably many other arrivals we don't even know about that the minister's keeping tabs on. That's wrong. It's wrong to create victims where victims don't exist. True, we all agree that persons who engage in human smuggling ought to be punished and ought to be rooted out and ought to be held to account. But not the victims, not the individuals who are seeking refuge in this country and found the only way they could get here was through this kind of mechanism. That's how desperate people are in these countries. They accept that they have to get here through human smuggling because they have no other way to get here. And so you have now made victims of those individuals, and that's not in keeping with what this government keeps telling us that they're all about. We're, in fact, on the side of the victims. We're, in fact, on the side of the individuals who have been persecuted in their own country, escape in whatever means, and they should not be victimized. They should not be made into criminals merely by the fact of their type of arrival into Canada. The final little piece of this is making victims of children. In the previous bill, C4, the government forgot that persons under 16 probably shouldn't be slapped in jail. So what have they done? Instead of saying that the parents of children under 16 won't be put in jail, they've now said that the parents will be in jail and the children won't be. Where does that leave the children? What kind of message does that send? And am I out of time, Mr. Speaker? Okay. I just wanted to wrap up by saying we should not be making further victims of the children who come to this country as refugees, and that's what this bill apparently will do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Thunder Bay, Rainy River.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And there are many parts of this bill that make me feel uneasy. But my friend mentioned at the very end of his speech the part that I'd like to concentrate on. And, you know, the Government of Canada over the years has a very checkered history when it comes to detention. You know, we do have a history of sending refugees away, sometimes to their death. Pardon me. We do have a history of detaining and jailing Italian Canadians, Ukrainian Canadians, Japanese Canadians. And so there's a very slippery slope when it comes to the kind of things that are in this bill. But let me just talk about detention for a moment, and children in particular. In the bill, children will have two choices. They either stay with their parents in detention or they're sent out into foster care. I don't think either of those are very good options for children who have just come to the country may not know any language that is spoken where they are, to be put out into foster care away from their parents, regardless of their age. Or the option is stay with your parents in jail. And I wonder if my friend would like to make a further comment on that.
The honourable member for York South-Weston.
Well, we start from the premise on this side of the House that people who come here as refugees should never be incarcerated, no matter how they come. But the government appears to be trying to fix things by moving jigsaw pieces in a puzzle that actually won't fit together. And that puzzle is, admittedly, there is a suggestion that we need to crack down on the people who would smuggle individuals. But you don't do it by making victims, and you don't do it by making victims of children. And to say to a child, it's like a Sophie's choice for the parents. You can either have your child in jail, or you can send your child to live with somebody else. And that's wrong. We shouldn't put people in that position. No one should put people in that position.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Yukon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague for his statement. And I think it does exemplify again what I've seen as a new member of Parliament, positions in this House where we have the same approach to things, or same feeling about things, but very different approaches to dealing with them. And this may be more of a comment than a question, but my honourable colleague is standing in the House and basically making the assumption or telling all Canadians that every refugee in his mind is a legitimate claimant, or every irregular arrival is a legitimate refugee claimant in our country, that they're victims, and doesn't seem to be acknowledging that there are people that not only pay human smugglers but arrive on our shores and are criminals, are dangerous people, and I'm not going to say every one of them. I certainly agree with some of the concerns that he has about it, but I think it's at least responsible of him to stand in the House and recognize that some of the people arriving on Canadian shores in an irregular fashion are the kind of people we don't need in Canada, we don't want in Canada, should be detained until we determine their intentions, and Canadians deserve protection from them, and legal claimants that have gone through the system should have the integrity of that system protected by making them enter Canada the proper way. Thank you.
The honourable member for York South-Weston.
You know, I have to agree with my honourable colleague, and I wonder if he'd put amendments forward to the bill to do exactly what he just suggested. He just suggested that we should distinguish between people who are criminals and people who are not, even if they come as an irregular arrival. And we agree that if we don't want criminals using Canada as a refuge any more than the Conservatives do, but we should not be punishing people who are not criminals simply because of the mechanism by which they arrived in this country. That would have, you know, going back to my friend's comment about arriving from Ireland many years ago, to some, the Irish immigrants were criminals in their own country, and they should not have been permitted in this country. But here we are. We should not be determining a person's criminal status on the basis of how they got here. And I would welcome any amendments that the member opposite would like to put forward to that bill to create that distinction. Thank you.
Resuming debate, I please the débat. The honourable member for Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's my pleasure this morning to stand and talk to Bill C-31. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to this bill, protecting Canada's immigration system. Canada's refugee system is among the most generous in the world. In fact, Mr. Speaker, Canada currently welcomes 1 out of every 10 resettled refugees worldwide, and our humanitarian efforts have been recognized by the United Nations. Since World War II, Canada has provided a safe haven for over 1 million refugees. As a Canadian, I am proud of this compassionate tradition of ours, and there should be no doubt that Canada's government is committed to continuing this proud tradition. By 2013, Canada will resettle up to 14,500 refugees, an increase of 2,500 refugees compared to 2010. In introducing Bill C-31, our rationale is simple. By focusing the resources of our system on providing protection to those who genuinely need it, we will improve our ability to help those in need. The Balanced Refugee Reform Act, which was passed in June 2010, made some important reforms. But the fact of the matter is that gaps remain in the new system. For one, the asylum system is already overwhelmed by a significant backlog of cases. The growing number of bogus claims from the European Union democracies is only exaggerating this problem. Mr. Speaker, the facts speak for themselves and for strong proof of the need for Bill C-31. It's very telling that the opposition in their criticism does not refute any of these facts, but instead choose to conveniently ignore them. Last year, Canada received 5,800 refugee claims from the European Union. This amounted to a quarter of all refugee claims made last year. That is more than from Africa and from Asia. Canada's top source country for refugee claims was Hungary, an EU member state. In fact, Canada received 4,400 claims from Hungary alone last year, double the amount from the year before. Virtually all claims from the European Union over the past years were either abandoned, withdrawn, or rejected by the Independent Immigration and Refugee Board of Canada. It has become quite apparent to many that our tax dollars are being spent on people who do not need our protection. These bogus refugee claims from the EU are costing Canadian taxpayers $170 million per year. Building on the Balanced Refugee Reform Act, the passage of Bill C-31 would save taxpayers a whopping $1.65 billion over the next 5 years. Mr. Speaker, I think Canadians would agree that this money could be better spent elsewhere rather than on failed refugee claimants who abuse our refugee system and use us as a backdoor to our country. But this is precisely what is being done right now. Under the current system, they're using our taxpayers' dollars to support people who shouldn't be here in the first place, Mr. Speaker. Indeed, the average failed refugee claim currently costs taxpayers approximately $55,000. And that's because the current system is far too slow. On average, it can take up to 4.5 years from the time of an initial claim is made until the failed claimant is removed from Canada. During this time, claimants can access our taxpayer-funded health care and receive taxpayer-funded social assistance for several years, while their claim is still pending. Endless appeals and long wait times mean greater costs for Canadian taxpayers. These bogus refugee claims are bogging down the system, and this negatively impacting genuine refugees who are in need of Canada's protection. People in genuine need of our protection now wait up to 20 months for a decision on their claim, as this is unfair to genuine claimants. As a result, our message to genuine claimants who are waiting patiently in line is we are sorry. We're sorry that this is taking so long. This just isn't fair, Mr. Speaker, and it's an abuse of our country's generosity. It robs genuine claimants of their ability to get protection quickly and deprives them of the peace of mind they and their families deserve. The opposition, NDP, and the Liberals are not supporting Bill C-31 and are telling immigrants who are patiently waiting in line that the opposition supports queue jumping and those who break the rules to get to the front of the line. Well, the opposition is on the wrong side of Canadians, especially Canadian immigrants who followed all the rules. Given these problems and under the current refugee system, it should be obvious to any Canadian that further improvements are needed. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-31 will not only improve upon the current refugee system and the Balanced Refugee Reform Act, it will also make it faster for genuine refugees to get our protection. The success of the new system hinges on our ability to speed up the current process times for refugee claims. This is essential. That's because the less time claimants spend in Canada waiting a decision, the less incentive there is for people to abuse our generous asylum system and to queue jump the regular immigration process. Also, we can speed up the current processing time for refugee claims. This means genuine refugees will get our protection more quickly. Hearings at the IRB for claimants from safe countries would occur within 30 to 45 days, in comparison to the current system that takes an astounding average of 1,000 days to process a refugee claim. I do want to make one important point very clear. Every eligible claim will continue to be heard by the independent IRB. In addition, every failed claimant will have access to at least one recourse mechanism, such as the Refugee Appeal Division or federal court. These new processing timelines will not only mean that people who are in genuine need of Canada's protection will receive it more quickly, it will also mean that they can more quickly remove those who don't. This is what the Globe and Mail said about Bill C-31, and I quote, "The Immigration Minister's refugee reforms aimed at making the process more efficient and decisive are generally good. If implemented, they will improve the unwieldy asylum program. The legislation rightly focuses on weeding out claimants who are not genuine and stemming the flow of asylum seekers from countries such as Hungary that are democracies with respect for basic rights and freedoms. Fast-tracking refugee claims from these countries and ensuring failed claimants are promptly deported is an excellent way for Canada to ensure Canada does not become a magnet for abuse." Mr. Speaker, in spite of unfounded claims from democracies where human and democratic rights exist, and which there are not typically refugee-producing, is proof that we must act decisively to deter abuse of our refugee system. Quick removals would deter abuse and contribute to reducing the overall costs to hard-working Canadian taxpayers associated with these bogus refugee claims. And we need to send the right message to both types of refugee claimants, the genuine and the unfounded. Those who truly need our help will get it even faster. But if you are not in need of protection, you will be sent home quickly. Mr. Speaker, these proposed measures will continue to meet our domestic and international obligations. They will also maintain the balance and fairness that are the foundation of our refugee system. I am confident that we will honor the spirit and support for refugees that Canadians value. I will urge all members of this House to support this important legislation and to help to improve the quicker and more secure beginnings for victims of violence and persecution from around the world here in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Pontiac.
Honourable Member for Pontiac. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my honourable colleague for his speech. I don't know whether he shares my concern. It seems to me that there is a basic problem with this legislation, and that is one of balance. Has my colleague not come to worry about the lack of sharing of power when the minister is given all the power to designate safe third countries?
The
Honourable Member for Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague who sits on the committee with me for that question. I think what's important is not the rhetoric that's gone along with this bill over the last number of days, but what's actually in the bill and what the facts are. The fact is that the minister in this bill, what is happening is before the previous bill, those rules and regulations were going to be were quantified in regulations. What this does is it puts it into legislation in terms of what it defines a safe country and what's the qualifications for a safe country. It's their own. It's the applications from countries that are turned down by a large majority, those who are not qualified, that will define what a safe country is. It is the applications that will define that, not the minister. And we're putting it in legislation, so we're not waiting for regulations for that to happen. We're being proactive, and that is what this minister's done on all immigration files, been proactive to make a difference for Canadians, to make a difference for legitimate refugees. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Etobicoke Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member for his comments and his speech. He's been a wonderful mentor to me as I've been in this House, and I'd like to thank the minister for his work on this file. I've had the honour to work for the minister for 2 years, and his courage in demonstrating and enacting transformational change in this country on this file is incredible, and I'm sure that Canadian history will show his courage and his foresight in protecting our country, because our Immigration Act has been one of the cornerstones of Canadians' reputation abroad. And my parents are immigrants. So many other people in this House are immigrants themselves. And we need to strengthen this system, because Canada is a fair and generous place in the world, and we want it to remain so. And what I would like to ask the honourable member, because he had talked about several things. He had talked about fairness. He had talked about making sure that the timelines are much faster for genuine refugees and being able to streamline out the bogus refugees, saving Canadian taxpayers $1.65 billion over 5 years, which can be used to much better effect in this country over time. I would like to ask the honourable member what he thinks the overall impact of this legislation will bring to Canada's reputation around the world.
The honourable member for Burlington.
Very good question. And as we all have experienced, even the member from Malpeque has probably experienced, unless he's talking to himself as usual, the people, refugee claimants come into our offices. Some of them have been in Canada 3, 4, 5 years. What this legislation will do will remove the backlog, help remove the backlog, so their cases can be heard on a timely basis, so legitimate refugees can have their cases heard, their decisions made, and their families can move forward with their lives. That is not happening under the current system. This change that is proposed in C-31 will speed that process up to make sure that those legitimate refugees who come into our office on a weekly basis get their cases heard and become Canadians as soon as possible.
Great answer. There's a very brief opportunity for one more question or comment. The honourable member for Malpeque.
Thank you. I was worried there for a moment, Mr. Speaker. I was thinking actually that we'd have a family hug over there, but not quite. But the member in his remark talks about the concerns for legitimate refugee claimants, and we agree that legitimate refugee claimants have to get processed fast. But the problem is with this particular piece of legislation is they're going to make victims of people who are already victimized. And does the member not see that to be the case, that there will be those who have been taken advantage of by shysters, thinking they're going to come to their dream world in Canada, and then they're made victims of?
Less than 30 seconds for the honourable member for Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am concerned when the member from Malpeque claims he's thinking. My answer is simple. What the legislation does is what exists now for those shysters, as the member called them, they are presenting Canada as a easy way to get refugee status, to be able to come to this Canada. It's an open door. It's the way this legislation is structured, it makes sure that those criminals know that Canada is not a free ride as they've been trying to sell to those poor people who get on their boats.
Absolutely.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Argenteuil-Papineau-Mirabel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am very sad that Canadians once again have to rise up to oppose a terrible piece of legislation. This is an omnibus bill that is against the values of an open Canada. I want to remind the House that people will be treated like criminals because of this legislation, and these are people who are already victims because they are refugees, women, children, victims of torture, abuse, and rape. These are victims of the worst kind of poverty. I spoke against Bill C-4 a few months ago in this chamber, and that bill is now part of Bill C-31, which takes an outmoded system for bringing in refugees and makes it worse. Canada imprisons 450 immigrants that have no status. and there is no charge against these people. They have no idea when they will be freed or if they will be deported. Detention centers are like prisons for them. Canada is already guilty of imprisoning children when they are asylum claimants. We imprison people who are not accused of any crime, and they have no access to a lawyer. We systematically imprison people who are traumatized by political conflict and abuse. There has been excessive use of detention centers to incarcerate asylum claimants, and this is against the values of integrity in our country. This bill is making the situation worse. It indicates that anyone designated in an arbitrary way at the whim of the minister as a designated claimant will be automatically detained, and only after a year will the case be reviewed. Bill C-31 gives the immigration minister abusive and excessive powers. The bill gives this minister the absolute power to designate an asylum claimant as an irregular and therefore someone who can lose freedom, mobility, and security. It destroys lives without any control mechanism, with no counterbalance. The minister will be the only one who can decide which countries will be able to produce bona fide refugees. This kind of categorization is absurd. This is not how our country should run, and this should not be the only kind of factor that is evaluated. Someone can leave a very dangerous situation even in a safe country, especially if one is lesbian, gay, or transgendered. Those people suffer from systemic discrimination and even persecution, but the minister might decide that the country of origin is a safe country, and I'm afraid of what may happen to people from designated countries if they have to return. There's no way to ensure that a country will not be designated simply for political reasons. For example, refugees from Mexico rarely get refugee status in Canada for international relations reasons. I believe, Mr. Speaker, that Mexico is increasingly dangerous. There was a case of one of my constituents who was going to be deported after 8 years of living and working in Canada without committing any crime. He was to be deported into an extremely dangerous situation and feared for his life. We don't know why the process went that way, and why, just being Mexican, he could not be considered as a genuine refugee. And this is why an independent organization is needed to make the proper decisions. This should not be left up to the Minister of Immigration.
My speech by focusing on how this bill will in particular be victimizing refugee women. I have been consulting with the Ending Violence Association, who, along with Mosaic and Multicultural Family Support Services, has recently completed a fulsome study on the safety of immigrant, refugee, and non-status women in Canada. The Ending Violence Association is facing a major crisis. Immigrant and refugee claimant women who are experiencing abuse and violence cannot leave the situation of abuse if they are dependent on their husband, who is the principal refugee claimant. They will immediately lose their status if they leave him. He could categorically withdraw his sponsorship and she will be deported. Especially if there are children involved in the situation, it is plain to see how Canada's immigration and refugee laws are currently facilitating and perpetuating violence. We must take account of these women and children through our laws. To not address this systematic problem is, in my opinion, criminally negligent. When I explained to the representative from Ending Violence Association some of the new laws that would be likely passed by this government, her face went white with fear. In general, we can see how each and every point in this omnibus bill will make the lives of abused refugee and non-status women worse. They will have more fear and less legal protection, less access to health care, and less access to services. They will have the threat of imprisonment and deportation hanging precariously over their heads and those of their children. The bill makes it impossible for a woman to apply for humanitarian and compassionate appeals unless she does so upon her point of arrival. This makes no sense if she is living in a situation of domestic abuse. Mr. Speaker, I cannot see how this legislation will improve our immigration and refugees laws. In every clause, it inspires fear in me and those who work every day protecting and advocating for refugees, who are surely one of the most vulnerable populations in Canada. I urge this House to scrap this bill entirely, since many of its provisions are entirely contrary to our Constitution and to the UN Convention relating to the status of refugees. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions and commentaire. The Honourable Minister of Citizenship and Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, regrettably, it's clear that this member neither understands the current refugee system nor the bill before the House. First of all, I can say as Minister, I'm someone who works and advocates every day for refugees. I'm the Minister who welcomes to Canada 1 out of every 10 resettled refugees from around the world, who is increasing the number of refugees, convention refugees that we resettle to this country by 20%, who is increasing the support that we give them for their establishment and integration by 20%, who is creating for the first time through this bill the Refugee Appeal Division to create a full fact-based appeal for the vast majority of rejected asylum claimants. She suggested that, she talked about a Mexican a failed asylum claimant who's going to be deported because, quotes, the minister had determined that Mexico is a safe country. First of all, there's no such power under the current system. And secondly, what she doesn't understand is that such a failed claimant would have had a full hearing before the quasi-judicial IRB on the merits of their case and been rejected, would have made an appeal to the federal court and lost, would have made a pre-removal risk assessment, an independent decision, and been rejected because on the facts of their claim, would have appealed that to the federal court and been lost, would have made a humanitarian and compassionate application for permanent residency, another risk assessment, and had the facts reviewed and been rejected as unfounded, would have appealed that again to the federal court. There are typically between 6 and 8 judicial, quasi-judicial, and administrative decisions that are taken on an asylum claimant in the current system before they typically face removal from Canada. And yet she says that this system is facilitating torture and violence and is criminally negligible, Mr. Speaker. She is insulting all of the independent judicial and quasi-judicial decision makers, our courts and our tribunals, and I ask her to apologize to all of those highly trained decision makers for the slur that she's just made against the fairness of our system.
Honourable Member for
Citizenship and Immigration. What happened to the case of the Mexican family, whose children were Canadian, in fact. They had been here a long time, paid their taxes, but what happened eventually was that their refugee status was revoked on the basis of the fact that they were coming from Mexico. They then cried in the court and were sent, because they cried, they were sent into detention for weeks and deported a day after that. That's exactly what happened.
Order. The
honourable member has the floor.
And when I appealed to the Minister of Public Safety for this not to happen, as of course it does seem quite out of the norm, he politely said no, and the family was deported the next day. And before they had any chance to appeal, see lawyers, anything of the sort. So, Mr. Speaker, I think that the minister really needs to look at what's actually happening. You know, people get deported before they have access to these systems.
Questions and comments. Honourable Deputy Gatineau.
Honourable Member for Gatineau. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm so proud of the members the member. She did not apologize to the minister. The major problem with this bill is, in fact, that everything seems to be a partisan game with this government. When a bill of this scope is introduced at a time when we see big headlines in the newspaper, it gives me a great deal of concern given the context. My problem with this bill is that there is a lot of talk about false refugees, about abusers of the system, and we need to think about the actual meaning of refugee, which is a very serious matter. Often there are terrible circumstances. We have to remind the Canadian people that that refugee does not mean abuser of the system and so on. So I want to thank the member because she certainly should not apologize. And I'm concerned about the arbitrary nature of this bill. The honourable member.
No, for the question, the excellent question. Now, one of the major problems with this bill is that it's concentrating more power in the hands of the minister, who clearly doesn't really know what's going on within his ministry, by allowing him to name safe countries and restrict refugees from those countries. Now, under the former Bill C-11 that was passed in the previous Parliament, which, from what I understand, enjoyed approval by all parties and was balanced, there was a panel of experts, including human rights experts, who were to designate these countries. And that is no longer the case.
I hate to stop the honourable member there, but we'll have to move on to statements by members. Déclaration de député, the honourable member for Yukon.
Mr. Speaker, International World Water Day, recognized annually on March 22nd, helps focus attention on challenges related to the world's fresh water. It gives us the opportunity to reflect on how protecting this life-sustaining fundamental resource is of paramount importance to Canadians. Water is one of the symbols that define our country. That is why this government takes the job of protecting Canada's freshwater resources so seriously. We have a comprehensive approach to ensure clean water for all Canadians, and we have taken concrete and measurable action to advance that approach. In February, we released a plan to implement enhanced oil sands monitoring, which will provide high-quality data on the region's biodiversity. This integrated monitoring program, which is being advanced jointly with the province of Alberta, will rank amongst the best in the world. These measures show that we have a real plan to protect fresh water and that we are acting to achieve measurable results for Canadians. We will continue to work with our partners across this country and internationally so that water is clean, safe, and sustainable now and for generations to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
John Zeist.
Speaker, 3 years have passed since the tragic Cougar helicopter crash took the lives of 17 workers in Newfoundland's offshore, and it's been over a full year since the Transportation Safety Board released its findings and recommendations. The report of last February called upon Transport Canada to require all Class A helicopters meet the 30-minute run-dry requirement following the loss of main gearbox lubricant. This requirement would have changed the outcome of Cougar Flight 491. The Conservative government has followed the Americans' lead and waived the 30-minute run-dry requirement on all existing helicopters, even over water. It's time the government recognized that Canada's coastal reality is unique and that Canadian lives are sacred. Transport Canada and the Conservatives had not put priority on safety, and the government has allowed search and rescue standards to lag behind international norms. It's time for the government to put safety and search and rescue first, for our offshore, for the north, for our Great Lakes, and for all of Canada.
The honourable member for Medicine Hat.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today to recognize one of my constituents who received a very prestigious award. Spencer Fraser, General Manager of Mega Training Systems Canada, has won the Canadian Defence Executive of the Year award awarded by Canadian Defence Review magazine. A former officer of the Royal Canadian Navy, Spencer proved himself to be a leader and one that commanded respect of those who served him. Graduating from the Royal Military College of Canada in Kingston, Spencer would go on to serve a 2-year stint with France's Navy. One of Spencer's main objectives is being honest with the customer and delivering what he said he would deliver. Under Spencer, Mega Training Systems has flourished, and his style led to that business growing in Medicine Hat. It is a desire that Canada would be a leader in production of unmanned military vehicles. This is a major contribution to ensuring that our armed forces are kept safe. I wish Spencer all the best, and again, I congratulate him for having won this prestigious award. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Charlottetown.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to talk about John F.D., who left us the last Friday in Grand Falls, New Brunswick, after a long battle with cancer. John was an employee of Canadian Pacific throughout his career, and he was a longtime member of the Baptist congregation. He liked fishing and a good political debate.
He was too sick to visit family and friends. He found the strength to come out to a recent Liberal event in Grand Falls to meet our leader, the member from Toronto Centre, to show his unwavering support for the Liberal Party of Canada. He said he needed to speak out with his dying body that what was happening in this country is intolerable and needs to change, and that we are the party to be that change. Our thoughts and prayers are with John's wife Shirley, his sons Gary and Wayne, daughters Sandra, Linda, and Barbara, and their family during this difficult time. Rest in peace, John.
The honourable member for Edmonton-Leduc.
Mr. Speaker, tomorrow the Irish diaspora will celebrate St. Patrick's Day. The impact of the Irish in Canada is well known. The most famous Irish Canadian, of course, is the father of Confederation, Thomas D'Arcy McGee, one of the greatest orators and men of letters in Canadian politics. His life, unfortunately, ended far too soon by assassination, not far from his political home, this House of Commons. Most Irish came to Canada during the Great Famine. There are many memorials in Canada that commemorate this event. Gros-Île, Quebec is in fact the largest famine gravesite outside of Ireland. Over 5,000 Irish graves are there, as well as the graves of those selfless French-Canadian nurses, doctors, and others who welcomed and cared for the Irish newcomers as if they were their own brothers and sisters. It is one of the most poignant places in Canada. But the Irish story in Canada continues with pride and with joy. They come to Canada from the Emerald Isle to work, to study, and many stay and call Canada their home. I'd like to recognize all of the contributions of the millions of Canadians with Irish heritage and welcome all other Canadians to celebrate with us. Happy St. Patrick's Day.
The honourable member for Verchères-les-Patriotes. Mr. Speaker, I want to draw the attention of the House and the Minister responsible for Canada Post that 10,000 people in Verchères-les-Patriotes will no longer have access to postal service by March 26th. The Domaine des Hauts-Bois de Saint-Julie is cut off from the rest of the city by Highway 20, with the only through road being a bridge that is said to be demolished within a little more than a week. The only post office closed on March 5th. The people are ultimately without postal services, since the other service centres in Saint-Julie will no longer be accessible to those 10,000 residents, particularly for the many people without a car. There is a large population of seniors in this neighbourhood, most of whom have mobility issues. It is unthinkable to deprive them of this service. The government decreed last June that postal service was so important for the economy that it was essential to attack constitutional rights of postal workers to protect it. It is time for the government to be consistent for once and to take the measure it needs to ensure postal service permanently in this area. Thank you.
Honourable member for Northumberland, Quinte West.
Mr. Speaker, Margaret Mead once said, "Never doubt a small group of thoughtful, committed citizens can change the world. Indeed, it's the only thing that ever has." Mr. Speaker, no community or its people understand the value of these words more than the hard-working people of the village of Hastings in Northumberland, Quinte West. Faced with the difficult task of dealing with a bridge closure in their community, the good folks of Hastings have worked together to establish the Hastings Helpers Group. The Hastings Helpers are a grassroots community organization launched by resident Tanya McCall-Smith to develop ways of assisting community members affected by the closure of the swing bridge. During difficult times, cooperation and optimism are vital to the continued prosperity of any community. I would like to personally thank the Hastings Helpers for their dedication to their fellow citizens, and I invite all members of the House to join me in saluting the good people of Hastings and the Hastings Helpers as they move forward in these challenging times.
The honourable member for Nikhil Carleton.
Later this year, Jamaica will celebrate its 50th anniversary of independence. On August 6, 1962, Jamaica became the first British colony in the Caribbean to gain full independence. This significant achievement became an inspiration to other island colonies of the region. Later this month, cities across Canada, including Toronto, Ottawa, and Montreal, will be hosting Jamaica 50 festivities led by members of the Jamaican community. These celebrations will not only reinforce the Jamaican diaspora's pride in its heritage, it will also provide a timely opportunity for Jamaican people to renew their commitment to their Canadian home. Next week, on March 22nd, Her Excellency Sheila Seeley Monsieth, High Commissioner for Jamaica to Canada, will be at the Government Conference Centre to begin the festivities that celebrate all that Jamaica has achieved in the last half-century. Please join with Senator Meredith and myself as we welcome in this important milestone and celebrate the goodwill and warm ties that bind Jamaica and Canada.
The honourable member for London West. Oh, sorry,
Mr. Speaker, I rise on this last day of the House before change comes to Ottawa. Next Monday, we hope to add the talented voice of Craig Scott to our caucus to continue Jack's work in Toronto Danforth. That's not all, Mr. Speaker. New Democrats will gather together in Toronto to pay tribute to Jack Layton, who taught us all that we can make a difference and do so with honour and integrity. Then we elect our new leader, who will come back to lead a caucus that is stronger and more united than ever. That, Mr. Speaker, is because of the humble strength of our current leader, who was given the impossible task of leading us through this difficult time, and she stepped up, and I applaud her for the job she's done. Merci, Nicole.
Thank you, Nicole, for all your work as leader, and I do so on behalf of our caucus, our party, and all Canadians and Quebecers who want better for their families. Thank you.
The honourable member for London West.
Mr. Speaker, this week we celebrate Co-op Week in Canada, which honours the best in cooperative education. We recognize the critical importance colleges and universities play as they celebrate outstanding co-op students, employers, and staff members. This is our time to honour cooperative education in Canada. We recognize employers and students who reflect the best in cooperative education. The select group of highly trained individuals receive experience in a work-integrated environment and enter the workforce with essential employment skills. Employers prize these graduates because they use them immediately upon hiring and in permanent positions. Co-op practitioners and institutions give passionately of their time and energy to ensure opportunities exist for students seeking co-op work terms. We must thank employers who provide work-integrated experiences for students in partnerships and educational institutions. Mr. Speaker, let me add the thanks of this House to the dedicated institutions, employers, students, and co-op staff. Canada's strong cooperative education system is recognized throughout the world because of that amazing commitment. Let me add my personal acknowledgement to Londoner Kirk Patterson, Chair of Co-op Week for Canada, for his leadership. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for York South-Weston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's hard enough for any person to get through life in Canada if you have a disability. Statistics Canada says there are nearly 3 million Canadians with disabilities. The Enabling Accessibility Fund was created to improve accessibility and reduce barriers for these people. Since 2008, the fund has gone through 5 projects calls, approved 644 projects worth $67 million. You would think that would be good news for Canadians with disability, but it's only true if you lived in a Conservative riding. Data released by HRSDC reveals nearly 85% of this fund went to Conservative-held ridings. Conservatives represent barely half of Canada's population. This is clearly unfair. It discriminates against people with disabilities living in opposition-held ridings. It is an example of shameful pork-barreling by a party who ran against such odious behavior. To restore credibility, the government must put into place an unbiased, non-political evaluation process to ensure that all Canadians with disabilities have fair access to this fund. That is what Canadians expect of their government.
The honourable member for Ottawa-Orleans.
Mr. Speaker, next Thursday is an important day in Ontario. It will mark the 15th anniversary of the great SOS Montfort rally. Saving Montfort Hospital in 1997 is proof of the courage to survive of the French-speaking community in Ontario, which I am a member. And the current government's 2006 commitment of $200 million over 20 years has doubled the hospital's size and allowed it to thrive.
Question by an Ontario Commission to close the hospital is politicised, and demagogues blame a former provincial premier. Yet, this situation never would have occurred if the federal government of the day had not made drastic cuts to healthcare transfers. À la suite de la reddition fédérale de
After the federal contribution was reduced from 50 cents to 14 cents of every healthcare dollar, the provincial government had to close 44 hospitals, including the Riverside and Grace hospitals here in Ottawa, and amalgamate 14 others.
federal government has made major strides in this area. It now provides 30 cents of every dollar spent on provincial health care and counting.
Bravo. Honourable member for Ottawa-Vanier.
Mr. Speaker, founded by the Honourable Mr. Sharp, the Canadian Hunger Foundation, CHF, is now celebrating 50 years of service. CHF works with numerous partners in 52 countries around the world to break the cycle of poverty. The organization changes lives and creates solutions to combat the effects of drought, disease, and devastating poverty in rural communities. Their approach is grounded in sustainability. It respects and empowers the local population as architects of their own development in building peace in post-conflict areas, in reconstructing the lives of those struck by disaster, in empowering women, and in protecting the environment. I was recently given the opportunity of visiting one of the projects managed by CHF in South Sudan and was impressed by the positive impact of peace-building efforts and the success of a micro-food processing enterprise led by women. Congratulations to the staff of CHF for their passion and devotion, and thank you to the thousands of Canadians who contribute annually to CHF. Your generosity is truly helpful.
The honourable member for Prince Edward Hastings.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Surely it comes as no surprise that earlier this week the Liberal member from Papineau expressed his support for an NDP Liberal coalition. He said, and I quote, "If by 2015, with the election approaching and neither party has got our act together enough to shine and to be the obvious alternative, then there will be a lot of pressure for us to start looking at that." End of quote. Well, really, Mr. Speaker, is this a platform that he will advocate during the Liberal leadership race, or will he be taking this plan to the new NDP leader later this month? Well, it's clear that while our Conservatives have and will continue to focus on Canadians' top priority, jobs and economic growth, the Liberal member is already looking at coalition plans in order to protect his Papineau seat from challengers in the next election. Oh, incidentally, I wonder who he is supporting for the NDP leadership.
The honourable member for Argentois-Papineau-Mirabel. Mr. Speaker, the government continues to ignore the real causes of the elder abuse. They launched an awareness campaign in 2009 on this subject, and they refused to take concrete action to help seniors. It is unacceptable. Our seniors built this country and ensured that we could be who we are today. We owe them a lot. All experts agree that seniors need their autonomy and the best living conditions, and therefore need home care and affordable housing. Unfortunately, this government intends to build prisons rather than take care of our seniors, the most vulnerable to abuse. Before it's too late, the government must develop a concrete strategy to ensure that all seniors can live in safety, as the NDP proposes. Honourable member for Lotbinière-Chaudière. Mr. Speaker, last weekend at the Sustainable Hunt and Biodiversity Film Festival in Paris, the documentary Fuck le Film, Seals the Movie, won the Audience Choice Award. The director, Raoul Jean, was there to pick up his award along with Denise Longue-Pay, president of the Magdalen Islands Sealers Association, two strong advocates for this viable hunt practiced humanely. The documentary shows the hunt and interviews demonstrating the positive impact of the sealing industry on small coastal regions where sealers can earn up to 35% of their annual income from this industry. The movie also explores conservation, biodiversity, and the welfare of this animal. Our government continues to defend this major economic activity for many coastal communities. I want to congratulate Mr. Jomp for this great honor, and since the seal hunt will soon get underway, I wish everyone a good hunt. Thank you.
Oral questions. Questions orales. The honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, the Chief Electoral Officer, Marc Méran, made public that he would like to make presentation to the Procedure and House Affairs Committee. He wants to update through the committee this House as to the status of the voter fraud investigation his office is conducting. Questions to the government. Will they agree to let Mr. Méran appear before the committee? And will they commit that that hearing for Mr. Méran will be done in public, not in camera?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As the Opposition House Leader well knows, these are questions that are properly asked at the committee because, of course, in our House of Commons, it is the committees that are masters of their own process, and they make the decisions about which witnesses they will call. And I expect that they will deal with that matter when we do return after the constituency week.
The honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
That was only true, Mr. Speaker. Voici l'affaire.
This is the thing. Elections Canada received 700 legitimate complaints concerning fraudulent calls. Agents have already identified the Conservatives for having called people to send them to the wrong voting stations. The Conservative government can no longer deny this. To involve the Liberals does not enough. When are we going to have a public inquiry to shine light on this issue? When? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. These are still false allegations. Yet again, we know, Mr. Speaker, that the member for Winnipeg, a member of the NDP, had to apologize for his false statements regarding this issue. The NDP have generated false complaints and sent them to Elections Canada through a website, which indicates, Mr. Speaker, that they are exaggerating the situation and sending false allegations. We are cooperating here with Elections Canada because we want the truth to come out. That was 700 complaints from Canadians, not from New Democrats. On another issue, the Conservatives are improvising on the F-35 file. They have made a royal mess of the F-18 project as well. The Auditor General is on the verge of disclosing a report or publishing a report which confirms that the Minister of Defense has misled Parliament and on the F-35s, and that's very serious. Has the government seen the report? We know they have, and have they misled Parliament? The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
The question. Obviously, I haven't seen the report in question. I don't think it would be inappropriate. I think it would be inappropriate to speculate on such a report. I think the normal practice is that we respect an independent officer of Parliament to table their report to Parliament before it's commented on. Canada has been a partner in the F-35 program for almost 15 years, Mr. Speaker, and our plan is to continue in the program. We've not signed a contract for purchase, which retains some flexibility to remain within our budget. Ultimately, however, Mr. Speaker, this government will ensure that the Royal Canadian Air Force has the equipment it needs to do the job we ask it.
Honourable member for Beaches East York.
Mr. Speaker, the government's answers on the F-35 have been a bit stealth-like, evading questions every day. But we have been warning the Conservatives about their misguided approach to the F-35s, and now the Auditor General is set to report that the defence officials have misled Parliament on the F-35 deal. The Conservatives have just run with Lockheed Martin's numbers and have failed to do their homework. Once again, corporate interests trump Canadian taxpayers under this Conservative government, Mr. Speaker. Has the government seen the report by the Auditor General, and what are they going to do about it?
The Honourable Associate Minister of National Defence.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I won't comment on speculation. Canada has been a partner in the Joint Strike Fighter program for 15 years. Our plan is to continue in the program, but we have not signed a contract for purchase, as we've said. Ultimately, we will ensure that we address the report when it's forthcoming. As of now, Mr. Speaker, we're not going to speculate.
A member for Beaches East York.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians want answers to these questions, and all they're getting from the minister is doublespeak. This isn't the first time the government has been blasted by the Auditor General for complete mismanagement of military procurement. Helicopters come to mind. Even a British MP thinks Canada should get its money back for the subs boondoggle. Now we learn that the Auditor General agrees with New Democrats, that this government has misled Parliament in their crusade on the F-35. Will the government finally agree to hold an open and fair competition to replace the CF-18s?
Mr. Speaker, we respect the important work of the Auditor General, and Parliament will receive the final report in the near future. Until then, Mr. Speaker, it would be totally inappropriate for me to comment on rumors of what may or may not be included in that report, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, coast-to-coast victims of election fraud are now telling their stories. Tim McCoy in Ottawa, Charles Cochran and Laurie Bruce in New Brunswick, Peggy Walsh-Craig in North Bay, Astrid Diamond in BC, and hundreds more in at least 31 ridings. They all got calls from conservatives who tried to stifle Canadians' basic right to vote. And there's one common thread, the conservative database called SIMS. Will the government give Elections Canada and the RCMP full access to that little chamber of horrors known as SIMS?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what we know is that the Liberal Party acted in a very deliberate, disgraceful, deceptive and dishonest fashion during the election. When they made calls where they used phony people, phony numbers, fake numbers, Mr. Speaker, very divisive messages, that's what the Liberal Party did. And we know that the Liberal Party used Liberal List to make these calls, the Liberal database. Will the Liberal Party turn over all of its information to Elections Canada? Will they assist Elections Canada in this? Because it's clear the Liberal Party has a lot of questions to answer.
Honourable Member for Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, the government says hundreds of people with irrefutable evidence of election fraud are just smears. If that's true, give Elections Canada full access to SIMS. Produce the scripts used by Conservative callers. And how did they know which specific individuals to target with disinformation to keep them from voting? On top of that, even Conservatives have alleged funny money and fishy bank accounts in Vaughan. Voters' lists were padded in Rouge River and Nipissing. When will we get a royal commission to restore faith in Canada's electoral system?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We don't want to wait for a Royal Commission. We want Elections Canada to do the work that they have, in fact, been authorized to make, the work that this Parliament has put faith in Elections Canada to undertake. What's remarkable, though, is that the Liberal Party is not assisting Elections Canada. They sat on the highest hill of hypocrisy, Mr. Speaker, criticizing this government while they knew full well that they had made deliberate, deceptive, dishonest and disgusting calls, Mr. Speaker, right across this country. And you know what, Mr. Speaker? Canadians want and deserve answers from the Liberal Party. When are they going to get them? When are they going to assist Elections Canada?
The Honourable Member for Saint-Laurent-Cartierville. Mr. Speaker, not only are we cooperating with Election Canada, we're asking questions of the government. I want to know why he is not answering. What is he afraid of? Why is he not answering? We have Canadians, people from Fredericton, from Nipissing, and many other places who are telling the same story. They were called during the campaign. They were asked if they voted Conservative. They said no. They were called back, and then they were given false information. Is the government accusing these people of lying and being part of a plot of some kind? They have to take this seriously and tell Canadians what has happened. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. We know what happened, Mr. Speaker. The Liberal member from Guelph made fraudulent calls. They were false. And he was misleading his own constituents in error. They gave a false name and number to the voters, and following that, he had the nerve to rise in this House and engage in a smear campaign with no evidence in hand against our government. And after having been caught, he had to admit his own breaching of the Elections Act. So it's the Liberal Party who should let us know what they did.
Mr. Speaker, the fact is it's only Conservatives being investigated. Evidence is mounting. This scandal is not going away. Every day, new information comes out that makes things look worse for the Conservatives. People got calls to identify how they were going to vote. The information was entered into the Conservatives' voter database. If they weren't voting Conservative, they got fake Elections Canada calls telling them to go to the wrong poll locations. Pointing fingers at the opposition won't cut it. When is the government going to explain its role?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, the NDP has had to apologize for making just these kinds of unsubstantiated smears out of this House. Not once, not twice, but many times so far, Mr. Speaker. Let's be clear. The New Democratic Party is actually being investigated by Elections Canada for its 2009 AGM, for its 2011 AGM, once they submit that report, by the way, for taking illegal campaign or illegal donations that breach the Elections Canada Act. There's also other investigations that have been alluded to in the media that involve NDP members, certainly not this party, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, the parliamentary secretary's spin simply isn't working. It's only the Conservatives who are under investigation. Maybe they aren't taking this seriously, but Elections Canada sure is. Elections Canada is broadening their search Canada-wide, with hundreds of new tips flowing in. They're finding new evidence that they say is, quote, gold. As evidence against the mounts, when are the Conservatives going to stop pointing fingers, evading questions, and call a public inquiry?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, just a few short months ago, the NDP very deliberately and very deceptively tried to siphon money off into the Broadbent Institute using money from the taxpayers. They had to apologize to Elections Canada. They had to refund that money. They had to admit that they broke the law, Mr. Speaker. You know, Ed Broadbent may be a great unifying force within the NDP, but he wasn't entitled to that money, Mr. Speaker.
Update Louise.
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. The noose is tightening around the Conservatives' necks in the Elections Canada fraud case, and yet the government continues to turn a deaf ear to that. They try to shift the attention, and they're trying to pretend that a young volunteer was miraculously transformed into a fraud genius, and that it's nothing serious. Will someone on the other side take this seriously and stop laughing in the face of all of the voters whose rights were trampled on in the last election? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, I would have hoped that the honourable member would rise to apologize on behalf of her party for having broken the law by sending money to the Broadbent Institute with a tax credit from Canadians that Canadian taxpayers would have paid for. But having been caught, the NDP had to return that money. Mr. Speaker, we are cooperating with Elections Canada because we want the truth to come out. We will continue to do so. The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. The government's answers are really reaching new heights of ridiculousness. CBC's reporting that voters sent to the wrong voting stations clearly indicated that they would not vote for Conservatives. The Conservatives can attempt some diversion with their old stories, but the facts remain. Election fraud was to their advantage and to no one else's. To restore confidence of Canadians in our democracy, we need a public inquiry. When will the government finally act in the interest of people and not just of the party? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, there's a great mystery here. Where are the questions of the Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre? He rose in the House time and again to throw false accusations out against the Conservative Party, but after having been caught in those false allegations, he had to apologize for his words, and now he's silent. And he represents all of the false allegations coming from the NDP. So I'm wondering where that member is, because we want to see him and hear his apologies.
Speaker, today we learned that BCE intends to purchase the independent Quebec firm Austral Media. This is Canada's largest specialty TV broadcaster in Canada and has a large radio portfolio. And this purchase is a perfect example of the increasing concentration we're seeing in the Canadian media. Now, what benefit does this stifling of competition bring to Canadians? Why should they be forced to pay higher prices on things like access fees to line the pockets of a handful of media giants? What action will the government take?
The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Well, the aspiration for an acquisition has been announced, but of course there's a process that will unfold. The CRTC will be involved in the process, and within the CRTC's process, as my honourable colleague should know, within that will be the opportunity for the public to make their views known. If my honourable colleague as a citizen wants to make his views known, he'll have the opportunity to do so.
Member for Burnaby, New Westminster.
Mr. Speaker, Bell's taking control of Astro will reduce competition and will also increase prices. There's also the whole issue of local content, which is at stake. People in the regions are not represented in the media. All of everything's decided in Montreal and Toronto. So with this concentration in the press, local production will suffer another blow. What guarantees will people have that local content will not suffer from this takeover? And is the government going to guarantee now that local content will not suffer from this takeover? The Honourable Minister. Well, the process has been launched. It was announced this morning. And under this process, the CRTC will be involved, obviously, and if my colleague and his counterparts want to be involved, they can. There are processes for them to do that, but it's with the CRTC right now, not the government. The Honourable Member for Rimouski. Mr. Speaker, telecommunications infrastructure are the hub of our modern economy. Without access to networks, there is no business to be done. That's why the consumers and industry have asked the government to contribute to efforts to increase coverage in local area regions. But the minister is relying on the theory that some business could buy 2 blocks of the spectrum. What will happen if that doesn't? Not the case, rather. There's no plan. Why is the minister playing around with access to the digital economy for rural Canadians?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the honourable member for the question. Of course, we've said we took a balanced decision to create more choices for Canadian consumers with this decision. It's not just stakeholders who support this decision. The honourable member himself said after the decision, quote, "We heard the intention of the government to cover 90% of the Canadian territory within 5 years. We like the idea. I come from a rural riding. There are major problems of coverage in my riding, so this is something that is very dear to me."
Well, the goals might be laudable, but the results are dubious, I think. In this case, that's true. The government has made many statements, but they have no evidence that prices will go down for consumers, especially those in rural areas. The exclusion of a single business because of the rural deployment rules will eliminate competition and limit the choice for consumers. Yesterday, the minister told the committee that he didn't know how he was going to spend the income from that spectrum auction. Will he commit before this House to use at least part of those funds to guarantee equal access for people living in rural Canada? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, of course, this government has taken steps in exactly that direction over the past several budgets, and the honourable member's party voted against them every single time. But, Mr. Speaker, how do we know that we got this decision right? Let's take a look at other reaction. A new player, Mobilicity, called the decision a real victory for Canadian consumers. Wow. Meanwhile, an incumbent, TELUS, noted that the new rules, quote, will allow all competitors to have fair and reasonable access to the critical 700 megahertz spectrum in the upcoming auction. We took a balanced decision, Mr. Speaker, and consumers will come out ahead.
Honourable Member for Sudbury.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The minister may not understand how important the spectrum auction is to our economy and society, but Canadians do. 60,000 people signed Open Media's letter to the minister calling for a set-aside of spectrum for smaller companies. Instead, the minister chose to ignore consumers and new entrants, forcing Canadians to pay higher prices for poor service, especially in rural areas. It's like a bad TV commercial, Mr. Speaker. Consumers ask, "Can you hear me now?" But the minister never listens. When will the minister finally listen to the needs of Canadians?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Once again, Mr. Speaker, I would refer the honourable member to his own colleague, his own party's industry critic, who said, quote, "We heard the intention of the government to cover 90% of the Canadian territory within 5 years. We like the idea. I come from a rural riding." That's what the honourable member's industry critic said. "There are major problems of coverage in my riding, so this is something that is very dear to me."
Member for Malpeque.
Mr. Speaker, misleading Parliament has become the mantra of this government, whether it is their dishonest defence of Conservative election fraud or, as now revealed, the F-35 boondoggle. The Auditor General will be releasing a report which will find DND has misled Parliament on the F-35 purchase. How can the Minister of Defence explain away this damning indictment? Or does the Minister share the low standard set by the Prime Minister when he deliberately misled Canadians on a non-existent contract?
The member knows that the term deliberately mislead is unparliamentary. I'll ask him to withdraw that order. I'll ask him to withdraw that portion of his question.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. The fact I'll withdraw deliberate, but the Prime Minister did mislead this Parliament.
Order. Order. The Honourable Associate Minister of Defence.
Disgrace, Wayne. Mr. Speaker, that's very sad to hear that kind of commentary. In all honesty, the Prime Minister has already addressed this question himself in the House. We have been very clear. We have not signed any contract for a purchase. We, like the previous Liberal government, have signed a memorandum of understanding relating to the program, Mr. Speaker. It's unfortunate that the member opposite would not respect that explanation on the part of the Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker.
Deputy de Bourassa.
Honourable Member for Bourassa. Mr. Speaker, the reality is that the Prime Minister has always said with his gang of ministers over there that they had a contract. And on the 14th of January, they said to cancel the contract would be irresponsible. And he said the opposition parties have to stop playing partisan politics with this contract. Mr. Speaker, we're trying to mislead the population once again. We campaigned on honesty to the population, and now the Auditor General has caught them and they don't know what to do. I want to know what the Minister is going to do with this contract. Is he going to have a competitive process? Because we're talking about taxpayers' money. The Honourable Associate Minister for National Defence.
We respect the work of the Auditor General of Canada. Parliament will receive the final report in the next little while. And until then, Mr. Speaker, I think it would be totally inappropriate for me to comment on rumors of what may or may not be in the Auditor General's report. And, Mr. Speaker, it would be inappropriate for me to speculate, and I won't be doing that.
Well, member for St. Paul's.
Mr. Speaker, National Chief Sean Atleo and former Prime Minister Paul Martin have passionately demanded that the government end the discrimination in education funding for on-reserve children, a difference of $3,000 to $4,000 per child. Unfortunately, the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs called the recommendations of the First Nations Education Panel as aspirational. The National Chief has called for a $5 million increase. Will the Prime Minister commit today to finally listen and include no less than $5 million in the budget for...
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hope she's got her question straightened out there. Our government has already made great strides in improving education outcomes for all First Nations students. By seeking tangible results, we're signing tripartite partnership agreements with provinces and First Nations communities. We've developed an innovative program like the First Nations Student Success Program. These are producing real results. We continue to invest in on-reserve school infrastructure, rehabilitating and replacing new schools. We're going to stay on track with that course. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
St. John's East.
Speaker, yesterday a British MP blasted, and I quote, incompetence on behalf of the Canadians for buying 4 used subs from the UK without any due diligence. These subs have spent 10 of the last 13 years docked and riddled with problems, yet the out-of-touch Defence Minister continues to say everything's okay, and he continues to pour untold millions of dollars into this, quote, dumb deal. When will he admit that these subs are a failure? Will he listen to this British MP and get taxpayers their money back for this botched deal?
Hear, hear. Honourable Associate Minister of National Defence.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as the member well knows, this purchase was made by the previous Liberal government. In any event, the Royal Canadian Navy has advised that in 2013, they expect to have 3 of the 4 submarines continuously available for operations. This will include a high-readiness submarine on both Atlantic and the Pacific coast, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Saint Jean. Mr. Speaker, we have submarines. We have submarines that can't be put in the water, and now the government wants to buy planes that don't even fly. These submarines have cost $750 million, billions of dollars in repairs. So this government, Mr. Speaker, how can our military trust the Conservatives who have signed
The Honourable Associate Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, I think I'm lost in the fog here, but nonetheless, I think, Mr. Speaker, the best way I can answer whatever that question was, that the public and our Canadian Armed Forces can trust our government to do the right thing for them and Canadian taxpayers, that no defence party over here would not have any appreciation for that whatsoever.
The Honourable Member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges. Every day, traveller safety is being compromised. Pilots and machinists are stressed, fatigued, and especially frustrated by the intervention of the government in the Air Canada labour dispute. Worse yet, we know that aircraft maintenance is being done increasingly by subcontracting to countries with less rigorous standards. The right by workers to bargain freely is fundamental. When will the minister stop violating workers' rights? The Honourable Secretary.
We were acting in the best interest of the Canadian public. Our government was concerned about a disruption at Air Canada and what damage it would do to our fragile economy. The impact of Air Canada work stoppage on the Canadian economy was estimated at about $22.4 million per week, and a huge decline in the Canadian GDP of almost $1 million per week. This government acted swiftly. We took action. We moved forward to make sure we protected the Canadian public and also all those travelling families over the March break. We're pleased with what we did. We look forward to making sure there's no work stoppage in the future so that the Canadian economy can keep growing.
The Honourable Member for York South-Weston.
Mr. Speaker, which is it, a fragile economy or a strong economy? I can't get it. Conservatives have been recklessly meddling in the Air Canada negotiations. It only adds fuel to the fire. In the end, it's travellers and our economy that will suffer from this conservative, unbalanced approach. Service quality will be affected. Even safety could be at risk. But Conservatives go full steam ahead, picking winners and losers. Their approach is harmful to Canadians. When will the Conservatives stop meddling and allow a negotiated deal that works for everyone? When will Conservatives stop interfering with private businesses?
Well, Mr. Speaker, as I said before, we're acting in the best interests of the Canadian public. Early Wednesday morning, Bill C-33, an act to provide the continuation and resumption of air services, was passed by the House of Commons, and we put the public interest of the Canadian economy and Canadian flyers first. By passing this legislation immediately, we protected the public interest and the real potential scenario of work strike or stoppage. Unlike the NDP, who really want to focus on aiding their union bosses, we're focused on making sure the Canadian public is put first.
The member for Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Speaker, I know the Honourable Minister of Health has been working diligently throughout this time of drug shortage. I understand she's been meeting with Sandoz and other industry organizations, as well as with the provinces and territories, with an eye on ensuring that through working together, any future shortages be anticipated and dealt with promptly. I also know, Mr. Speaker, that her top priority through all this has been Canadian patients. Mr. Speaker, based on all that, I would like to ask the Minister to update this House on the progress made this week. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for that question. I'm encouraged by this week's progress. Our government's got commitment from Sandoz and the industry organizations to inform their clients and all Canadians regarding possible drug shortages in the future. We have started processing all the applications for alternate drugs within 24 hours and complete reviews within 1 month. And we are in regular contact with the provinces and the territories and support them in their efforts to deliver alternate medications to their jurisdictions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Squamish-Wanda-Fuka.
Mr. Speaker, this week St. Petersburg adopted regressive legislation outlawing any public discussion of homosexuality. Since St. Petersburg is Russia's #1 travel destination and many Canadians travel there each year, including many gays and lesbians, will the minister immediately issue a travel warning for Canadians planning to travel to St. Petersburg to alert them to the fact they could be subject to fines or arrest under this discriminatory legislation?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you very much to the member opposite for the question, Mr. Speaker. Obviously, we're all deeply concerned by this legislation that runs contrary to core Canadian values of freedom of speech, of human rights, and the rule of law. Canada's ambassador has written to the Russian government to express our deep concern, and yes, we have, at his request, put a travel advisory on our website.
Honourable Member for Squamish-Waundapuka.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and my thanks to the minister for his quick action. Given that many countries fail to recognize lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgendered rights, and therefore the ongoing threats to safety of lesbian and gay travelers in those countries, it's clear more needs to be done both to oppose the discrimination and to provide protection to Canadian travelers. Will the minister commit today to improving the travel advice offered to Canadians on the Foreign Affairs Travel Advisory site by adding specific warnings for countries where it is unsafe for LGBT travelers?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, obviously we're tremendously concerned when Canadians travel abroad for their health and safety. We'll certainly look at that. We've already done the advisory with respect to St. Petersburg. Obviously, one of the core responsibilities that I have as Canada's Foreign Minister is to promote Canadian values around the world, and we'll continue to do this.
The Honourable Member for Notre-Dame-de-Gosachine. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This year, for the first time in 40 years, millions of young Canadians are being deprived of an important job search tool. I'm talking about the centres that provide services for youth and students. This is a new cut that comes from the Conservatives, but they always say they do more than anyone else. Groups in my riding are worried. Why is the government abandoning our young people?
Honourable Secretary Parlementaire.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
In 2010 and 11, the Youth Employment Strategy actually helped over 57,000 youth get the jobs that they needed, the skills they needed, so that they could successfully enter into the workplace. Permanent increase in the Canada Student Jobs Fund, almost 40,000 jobs every year. This government is moving forward, making sure that young people have the jobs that they need and the skills they need to enter the workforce. I asked the member opposite, why do they keep voting against every single one of these initiatives?
The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Mr. Speaker, people living with a disability are victims of discrimination if they voted for the wrong party. Information from the Department of Human Resources shows that 85% of the $67 million in the Enabling Accessibility Fund were used for projects in Conservative ridings. How can the minister try to rebalance this and ensure that Canadians who are with disabilities are treated fairly?
The government created an Enabling Accessibility Fund to help make sure community centres and public places were available and accessible to people with disabilities. And the NDP voted against every single one of those initiatives. Projects were approved based on recommendations from public servants. A number of projects approved corresponded to the regions and proportionally to the applications received. Unfortunately, with so many applications, not all of those that applied would receive funding. However, every one of the projects that was chosen was based on merit.
The Honourable Member for Cardigan.
Mr. Speaker, there's not a fisheries group in Canada that I have spoken to that supports the elimination of the owner-operator policy. They understand that it would be devastating to the fishery and devastating to the community where these fishers live. Will the government listen to the fishers and the community leaders where these fishers live? Through you, Mr. Speaker, I ask the Minister of Fisheries, will he indicate to this House that he will not take the fishery from our inshore fishery and give it to the large corporations in this country, and in doing so destroy the economy of hundreds of small communities in Atlantic Canada?
Hear, hear. Honourable Minister of Fisheries notions.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's exactly what we're doing. We're listening to fishermen from across the country, Canadians in general, about how we can move the fishery forward, how we can improve the fishery. Unfortunately, the member across didn't spend enough time in listening to the fishermen and Canadians. That's why they're way down there, Mr. Speaker.
For Charlottetown.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Minister of Veterans Affairs had a letter in the Charlottetown Guardian praising the employees of his department. But last Saturday, he had a letter in the Chronicle Herald calling them a bloated, inefficient bureaucracy. Now, why is the minister speaking out of both sides of his mouth? Is he not aware that we have internet on Prince Edward Island? That he's calling the employees in his department inefficient, bureaucratic, and stupid.
Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, our Conservative government values the good work done by our public servants. In fact, the folks at Veterans Affairs have dedicated their lives to providing wonderful service to our veterans. We recognize the good work done at Charlottetown, and it will remain a key focus of ours. Thanks, Mr. Speaker.
Deputy Berthier-Masconoget.
Honourable Member for Berthier-Masconoget. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, we asked questions about the future of the Shawinigan Tax Centre. In her answer, the Parliamentary Secretary talked about employment insurance. They are all over the map. But the question is clear. Will the Revenue Canada Tax Centre in Shawinigan close, yes or no? Mr. Speaker, hundreds of well-paid jobs may disappear. Will they? The Honourable Minister of National Revenue.
Mr. Speaker, no final decisions have been made. We know we must spend taxpayers' money wisely while ensuring that our government programs are both efficient and effective and delivering a high level of service to Canadians. We must all do all of this, Mr. Speaker, and ensure that the integrity of our tax system is also protected.
Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're talking about a region where unemployment is over 10%. I think that a clear answer would enable hundreds of workers sleep well at night over the next few weeks. They just have to give us a clear answer to a very clear question. Even the Premier of Quebec expressed concern to the NDP. So, will the Shawinigan Tax Centre close, yes or no?
The Honourable Minister of National Revenue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The clear answer is that no final decisions have been made on any centres right across the country.
Honourable Member for Burlington.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the left-leaning Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives released their alternative budget. Their budget would increase taxes on middle-class Canadians, engage in freewheeling government spending, and close the doors to new markets for Canadian businesses. In other words, it was the type of economic plan the opposition would love to implement. Can the Minister for State for Finance please tell Canadians what our government thinks of the call for new tax hikes in this upcoming budget? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of State for Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague from Burlington for that question. Our Conservative government is very proud of our track record on reducing taxes for Canadians, for entrepreneurs, and helping those that create jobs. But unfortunately, some left-leaning think tanks that just simply echo the NDP's call for higher taxes is actually asking that higher taxes be put in the budget, Mr. Speaker. Let me be clear, that will not happen. We know higher taxes kill Canadian jobs, Mr. Speaker. We don't want that to happen. Thank you.
Member for Cape Breton-Canso.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are demanding transparency about the government's $500 million contribution to the 2015 Toronto Pan Am Games. There are reports that they've already gone over budget. Municipalities across the GTA are on the hook for 44% of capital costs, but they have no clue what's going on. Everything has been done in secrecy. When will the government give municipalities and all taxpayers an open and transparent accounting of what's going on?
The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we're certain that the 2015 Games will be indeed a success for Ontarians and all Canadians. And what we have put forward, of course, is a substantive commitment on behalf of taxpayers. And if he has any concerns with regard to our approach on transparency when it comes to international sporting events, he needs to look no further than the efforts that we made with regard to the 2010 Olympic and Paralympic Games, where we showed remarkable transparency, brought other governments to the table, showed to Canadian taxpayers how money was invested to make sure that the Games are not only a success on the field of sport of play, but also a success best for taxpayers. So we want to work with all the partners, make sure that there's comfort among taxpayers with all the money that's being invested to make sure that this is a winning event, not only sporting-wise, but also for taxpayers.
The Honourable Member for Cuvier-des-Mille. Yesterday, the NDP introduced a bill to make registration for the Guaranteed Income Supplement automatic for anyone over 65. 135,000 seniors eligible for the GIS are not receiving their check. Instead of helping the poorest, the government is doing the opposite. Will the government support our bill to improve GIS or not? Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
We're committed to making sure that seniors in this country receive their benefits. We've done many things towards that goal. So whether it be in 2007, where we created automatic renewal for GIS, or whether it's the proactively of sending out 600,000 applications every year to those who aren't receiving GIS, OAS, or CPP, or whether it be increasing, the greatest increase in GIS in the last 25 years, these are all things the NDP voted against. We're standing up for seniors. I wonder why the NDP never does that.
Honourable Member for Medicine Hat.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Farmers, processors, transporters, and other agricultural supply chains sometimes have issues with CFIA as their regulator. Sometimes this can be things like quarantines of a farm or inspectors not providing consistent inspection. Fortunately, I know that our government is acting and launching a new CIFA service commitment. Can the Parliamentary Secretary please update this House on this very new issue? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Our government is committed to improving service delivery for producers, consumers, and other stakeholders in the food processing system. And I'm happy to announce that we are launching a new complaints and appeals process. This new single-window approach will provide a more transparent and accessible way for stakeholders to register complaints and appeals. This amendment aims to improve interactions with CFIA stakeholders by offering a clear explanation of what the CFIA does, its service standards, and what stakeholders can expect when dealing with the agency. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Verchères-les-Patriotes. Mr. Speaker, 2 women in my riding are concerned about losing their island home near Boucherville on the St. Lawrence River. Since 1997, the Durocher family has been asking the federal government to do rockfill work to limit erosion. The situation is urgent because their ancestral home may be lost within 2 years. Can the Minister of the Environment commit to acting quickly to saving the archaeology in these homes?
Well, Mr. Speaker, our government takes ensuring environmental stewardship of this country very seriously. We can certainly commit to looking into the member's question further.
The Honourable Member for HoC-la-Métis. Mr. Speaker, less than 2 weeks before the budget, a large number of workers and unemployed people are concerned by the government's silence on employment insurance. They are worried that 3 pilot projects that help people in many regions of Quebec, like mine, will end. These are important pilot projects that ensure dignity for seasonal workers in many cases, rather than pillaging the employment insurance fund. As the next budget calls for, the government should show some understanding by improving the employment insurance and making these pilot projects permanent.
Honourable Secretary Parlementaire.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Speculate on what will be or will not be in the budget. But what I will say is that our government's top priority is job creation and economic growth, making sure that workers in this country are well supported, and that we provide all of the opportunities for young people, older people, seasonal workers, and otherwise to have gainful employment in this country. Thank you.
That concludes question period for today. The Honourable Member for Sansk Gulf Islands has a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise on a point of order that relates to our Standing Order Rule 16 and Rule 18. Rule 16, Mr. Speaker, says that, quote, at point 2, when a member is speaking, no member shall, ellipsis, interrupt him or her except to raise a point of order. And at 18, no member shall speak disrespectfully, ellipsis, of any other member or use offensive words against that member. The House had started in the 41st Parliament with a real commitment to respectful discourse. There's no question that it has slid badly, and there's no one-party
who's solely responsible. Every party has played its part in making the atmosphere unpleasant and excessively partisan. But, Mr. Speaker, I must say that I found the treatment of the honourable member from St. John when he was posing his question today to be despicable. I must say that if we imagine ourselves as children in a schoolyard where one of us may not speak as clearly as the others, and a bunch of bully boys decide to make fun of that child as he's speaking, we would look on that situation and say, Mr. Speaker, we would say as teachers, excuse me, boys, you don't speak to so-and-so that way. Give them a chance. I know we're partisan, but do we have to be cruel? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the colleagues who intervened. I simply want to say that I already know how to read, and I'm learning to speak, and perhaps in a few years I'll know how to speak, and I'll be on the other side, and I will speak.
I thank the honourable members for addressing these points. Tabling of documents, dépôt des documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36.8, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 13 petitions.
Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. The Honourable Minister.
The Honourable Minister responsible for economic development and the Canadian Arctic. Mr. Speaker, it is as the Minister responsible for the Francophonie that I want to speak today on behalf of the Government of Canada and invite all Canadians and parliamentarians to celebrate the International Day of the Francophonie on March 20th. It was on March 20th, 1970 in Nigeria that Canada participated as a founding member in the creation of the Agency for Technical and Cultural Cooperation. Who would have guessed then that in the next 4 decades this modest intergovernmental cooperation agency would evolve into an international body composed of 75 member states and governments representing over 890 million people worldwide, including 220 million French speakers. Canada, on behalf of all Canadians, Quebec and New Brunswick, participate actively in the efforts of the Francophonie, which, more than just promoting the French language, also promotes human rights, democracy, and the rule of law around the world, values upon which Canada's foreign policy is based. Spoken by more than 9.5 million Canadians and a growing number of Francophiles, French is an integral part that links us not only to our fellow Canadians but also to the rest of the world, and this in all fields, whether it be related to the economy, culture, arts, and science, to name just a few, as demonstrated by our roadmap for linguistic duality. Mr. Speaker, our government remains committed to supporting the vitality of the French language everywhere in Canada. And on March 20th, we invite all citizens to celebrate the indisputable contribution of the French fact to our cultural diversity and our economic progress. Best wishes to the entire Francophonie on March 20th. The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The French language is a jewel, and Francophone culture is the crown in which it sits, protecting and promoting it. If one day someone had told me that my love for the French language would lead me to speak as a parliamentarian to promote and defend the Francophonie, I wouldn't have believed it. And that is why I will remain forever grateful to Mr. Layton for having given me such a beautiful gift when our friendship was still so fresh. This year, Celebrations for the Francophonie will have the theme Le français est une chance. French is an opportunity, and it is an opportunity that we have here in Canada. However, all too often, like an old friendship, we can take it for granted and do things that instead of bringing us together, take us further away from our proclaimed ideals. Our credibility in an organization bringing together 75 states and governments representing 890 million people, including 220 million French speakers, would not increase if we were not to devote time, energy, and money to developing our Francophone communities. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to the Francophonie, or when the Francophonie comes up, rather, the international community often looks to Canada, and Canada often has to show leadership when it comes to defending and promoting the French fact. This French and culture remains, this language and this culture remains alive because of the men and women in our country who fight on a daily basis to live in French. We made the choice to ensure linguistic duality here, and we need to ensure that we walk the talk. I want to join my voice to those of others in saluting the remarkable work done by the Secretary General of the Francophonie, Mr. Abdou Diop, but also all those who work every day to showcase the French language. On the Hill, I think of all the translators and interpreters, as well as all those who develop their skills to ensure that they speak both official languages. Thanks to them, Francophones can continue to hope that they'll be able to live, work, and grow old in French. In closing, I wish that each year we will continue to celebrate the International Francophonie on March 20th, but for all the other days of the year, we will work tirelessly to meet the needs of the Francophone communities in this country. Francophones and Francophiles from here and elsewhere, have a happy International Day of the Francophonie. The Honourable Member for Saint-Laurent-Cartierville. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Among all the opportunities that we have to be Canadians, one of those come from belonging to the Francophonie. We're one of the rare countries where the two languages that we have are both international languages. This is extraordinary. We must cultivate it. French is part of Canada's past, its history, but also, and above all, part of its future, a future in which we must invest, in which we must believe, because it is the one of our children. The Francophonie starts at home by showcasing Quebec, developing the Acadia, and all of our official languages communities. It is in the interest of all Canadians to ensure that they remain vibrant here and forever. The Francophonie is also the expansion of the Francophone space within Canada. We must ensure that all Canadians who want to can learn French, have access to the culture of French here and elsewhere, and share that precious legacy with their children. Francophonie is being open to the world, a huge window to a number of continents, a cultural richness that is incredible. The Francophonie is an international organization that Canada, Quebec, and New Brunswick must ensure is vibrant, because the Francophone world expects leadership from us. There is a summit in the fall in Kinshasa. It's a symbolic expression of major social, economic, and other challenges that are facing the Francophonie world and that Canada must look at with resolution. We must ensure that Canada speaks clearly and strongly in Kinshasa for human rights, democracy, freedom, dignity of all Francophones in the world. The Francophonie is also a market, an opportunity for all of us to show our know-how in French, and Canada has much interest in investing in this area. In closing, I hope that our membership in the Francophonie will inspire foreign policy in Canada. We owe a lot to the French language and to the French culture. We owe a lot to the Francophonie. Let us give it a lot. Thank you.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Edmonton-Leduc.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the 7th report of the Standing Committee on Finance regarding Bill S5.
Financial institutions and to provide for related and consequential matters. The committee has studied the bill
and has decided to report the bill back to the House without amendments.
Presenting reports from committees. Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Motion. Presenting petitions. L'honorable député.
The honourable member.
Cape Breton Canso.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I stand today to present a petition that's been signed and presented by members of my constituency, from Marion Bridge to Glace Bay to Howe Centre, Sydney River area, and all great spots and good people. And these are people who care a great deal about those who live in poverty. And we know that poverty impacts on almost 10% of Canadians, that it reaches into their well-being, their health, impacts on educational outcomes, Mr. Speaker. And we know that many provinces have undertaken strategies to reduce poverty, and the folks that support this initiative and sign this petition believe that the federal government should take a far greater role in this. So I present the petition on their behalf and support the principle of the petition. Thank you.
Presenting petitions.
For Oshawa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I rise today to present a petition from constituents of mine from the Ukrainian community and supporters of the Ukrainian community. And I'd like to read into the record. The petition is for equity and fairness at the Canadian Museum for Human Rights. Therefore, we humbly pray and call upon Parliament to ensure that the government ensures that the Holodomor and Canada's first national internment operations are permanently and prominently displayed at the Canadian Museum for Human Rights in their own galleries, and that the government suspend any further funding to the museum until issues surrounding the governance of the museum are reviewed and addressed in a transparent manner. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Présentation de pétitions.
Presenting petitions.
Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to present two petitions. The first petition is signed by Canadians from Montreal. With regard to shark fins, there is a very terrible practice of taking shark fins, and it means that this species is now in danger of extinction. This petition asks that the House of Commons take action. The second petition that I wish to present was signed above all by residents of the Vancouver region. It also concerns super tankers.
Commons to please insist that our government look at the threats that are posed particularly by oil tankers on the BC coastline. This coastline has been protected for 40 years by a federal provincial moratorium that every government has respected since 1972, every provincial government, every federal government, because of the very significant threats due to the specific ocean action and geological and geographical conditions that apply in northern British Columbia. We call for protection of our coast from supertankers and no to the pipeline projects. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions. Presenting petitions. Okay. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, question number Q423 will be answered today. Furthermore, if questions Q419, 420, 421, 422, and Q438 can be made orders for returns, these returns would be tabled immediately.
Is it the pleasure of the House that question numbers Q419, Q420, Q421, Q422, and Q438 be made orders for return, and that they be tabled immediately? Is it agreed? Agreed and so ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you once again, Mr. Speaker. Lastly, I ask that the remaining questions be allowed to stand.
Okay. Agreed. Agreed. Agreed and so ordered. I wish to inform the House that because of the statements made earlier today, government orders will be extended by 7 minutes. Orders of the day. Orders of the day. Ordre du jour.
Government orders, government bills, commons. Resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-31, Protecting Canada's Immigration System Act, and on the amendment of Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Dauphin, Swan River, Marquette.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I am very pleased to rise in this House today to speak in support of this important legislation. Bill C-331 is called the Protecting Canada's Immigration Systems Act. And some of my honourable colleagues who have already spoken have stressed our solemn duty as legislators to help ensure the integrity of our immigration system. And I couldn't agree more with that sentiment. Canada's immigration system is internationally renowned, and we would not have a country today if it wasn't for the generations of newcomers we have welcomed to our shores. In fact, our Conservative government has welcomed the highest sustained average of immigration in Canadian history, a remarkable achievement. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, I have no doubt that a number of my honourable colleagues who are sitting in this House right now and participating in this very debate were at one point in their lives newcomers to Canada, or their parents and grandparents were. In my own particular case, my parents were born in Eastern Europe, and so I lived the life of an immigrant family, and I know full well the promise of this country. Immigrants come to create a new life for themselves and for their descendants, and to help build our great nation, and they certainly have done so. Newcomers and those family members of many others here in the House today help contribute to the richness and diversity of our country and to make it the free and prosperous society it is today. So it goes without saying that protecting Canada's immigration system is extremely important, and it falls upon every honourable member of this House to ensure that we enact laws that protect and ensure the strength of that system. And, Mr. Speaker, I believe that the measures in Bill C-331, once enacted, will do exactly that. So I'm very happy to support this legislation. And some of my honourable colleagues have spoken already about the measures in this legislation that will help carry out long-needed reforms to the refugee system. And others have spoken about measures in Bill C-331 that will help crack down on human smugglers who may try to abuse Canada's generous immigration system. In the time I have today, I would like to focus my remarks on the third important piece of the Protecting Canada's Immigration System Act, namely those measures in this legislation that will enable the introduction of biometric technology for screening temporary resident applicants. Establishing the identity of foreign nationals who seek to enter Canada is a fundamental part of both visa assessment and border processing. Better identity management and the use of biometrics are crucial to keeping Canada's borders secure and strengthening the integrity of our immigration program. And the bill that we are debating today will provide the government with that very authority to collect biometric data from visa applicants. And all honourable members in this House should welcome this historic development. Under the existing system, visa applicants only need to initially provide written documents to support their applications, documents which can be easily forged or stolen. But biometrics, photographs and fingerprints, will provide greater certainty in identifying travelers than documents. Biometrics will be an important new tool to help protect the safety and security of Canadians by reducing identity fraud and identity theft. And as fraudsters and criminals become more sophisticated, biometrics will improve our ability to keep violent criminals and terrorists and others who pose a risk to Canada out. Mr. Speaker, the introduction of biometrics as an identity management tool in our immigration and border control system is both long planned and long overdue. And more, it is becoming the international norm. And indeed, Mr. Speaker, many governments around the world have already introduced biometric collection in their immigration programs. These include the United Kingdom, Australia, United States, New Zealand, Japan, European Union, South Korea, the United Arab Emirates, Indonesia, and Malaysia. So what we are proposing as a government is hardly new. Because it is becoming so common in international travel, many visa applicants to Canada will already be familiar with this process. And in a nutshell, the legislation under consideration today and the regulations that will follow will allow government to make it mandatory for prescribed travelers, students, and workers from visa-required countries and territories to have their photographs and fingerprints taken as part of their temporary resident visa, study permit, and work permit applications. And this would be collected before the applicant arrives in Canada, Mr. Speaker. And it would be collected again when someone enters the country to ensure that the person the visa was issued to is the person who appears at the port of entry. Unfortunately, there are countless examples in the media on an almost daily basis of serious criminals, human smugglers, suspected terrorists, war criminals, among others, who have entered Canada, sometimes multiple times. The use of biometrics will help prevent violent criminals and terrorists, among others, from using a false identity to obtain a Canadian visa. Criminals like Anthony Hakeem Sanders, who was convicted of assault and drug trafficking and was reported and returned to Canada, incredibly, on 10 separate occasions. Kevin Michael Sawyers, who was convicted of manslaughter, and he managed to return to Canada on multiple occasions. There are even examples of criminals re-entering Canada using false identities and documents, up to 15, 19, and 21 different occasions. These are real and specific examples. This simply must stop. And biometrics will help our government end this fraud and abuse. And this will greatly help our frontline visa and border officers to manage high volumes of immigration applicants and the growing sophistication in identity fraud. Mr. Speaker, while it is easy to see how using biometrics will help our own officials make decisions about visa applications, it's also important to consider how their use may provide benefits to the applicants themselves. In the long run, the use of biometrics will actually facilitate entry to Canada by providing a reliable tool to readily confirm the identity of applicants. For instance, in cases where the authenticity of documents is uncertain, biometrics could expedite decision-making at Canadian points of entry. The time spent at secondary inspections could be reduced, and sometimes dramatically. Using biometrics could also protect visa applicants by making it more difficult for others to forge, steal, or use an applicant's identity to gain access to Canada. Mr. Speaker, Canada will remain a destination of choice for visitors from around the world, and in the long run, the use of biometrics will facilitate entry to Canada by providing a reliable tool to readily confirm the identities of applicants. And again, it's one of the long list of measures our government is taking to make government more streamlined and more efficient and more cost-effective. For me, biometrics is simply a no-brainer. Unfortunately, the opposition NDP and Liberals are voting against Bill C-31 and the ability of the government to collect biometrics data. They do not support the government having one of the most important and basic tools available to protect the safety and security of all Canadians, including their constituents. Of course, we know many members opposite didn't campaign much in the last election campaign, and I would recommend that they get to know their constituents. It would be most helpful in this particular case. A tool that will help the government prevent the entry of violent criminals and terrorists into the country. The biometrics tool is very important. Not only do the opposition NDP and Liberals oppose the authority for the government to use biometrics, they also voted against the funding required to implement biometrics. Mr. Speaker, the use of biometrics is increasingly becoming an international norm, and by passing Bill C-31 and the Protecting Canada's Immigration System Act, we will be ensuring that Canada keeps up with many other countries. Biometrics will strengthen the integrity of Canada's immigration system and help protect the safety and security of Canadians while helping facilitate legitimate travel. This legislation will strengthen and maintain the integrity of an immigration system that has helped make our country great and will make our country even greater. I urge all of my colleagues to join me in supporting this much-needed piece of legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions and commentaires?
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I would like to thank my colleague from Dauphin Swan River Marquette for his speech. I'm sure he's working in the interest of everyone, but I would like him to enlighten me on some of the points of the bill that people don't agree on, and people in my riding came to explain their problem with this bill with me. So in a former form, this bill was talking about the safe countries and that the decision should be taken by a group of experts and human rights should be taken into account. In Bill C-31, the minister has carte blanche to make those decisions. So why are we giving all of that power to a single minister rather than relying on a group of people who have the necessary expertise to make such a decision?
Marquette.
I thank my honourable friend for her question, but unfortunately her premise is completely false. As the minister has stated, the Balanced Refugee Reform Act was a good start, the old act, and included much needed reforms. However, our government has always been clear that refugee reform is not a static issue. And so under C-31, the factors that would lead a country to be designated would be clearly outlined in both law and regulations. And the most important factors are objective and quantitative and refer to the actual acceptance rates from a given country. So under our Act, Bill C-31, the decisions will be rendered by an independent immigration and refugee board, not the minister.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for York South-Weston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I listened with some interest to the comments. One of the unfortunate facets of the Conservative approach is to put so many different things that have different meanings and different applications into one bill, and then use that as an opportunity to say, but you voted against it. There are certain aspects of this bill that clearly we agree with. The notion that the refugee system is broken, we have agreed with it, which is why we passed Bill C-11. And C-11 does an enormous amount to streamline the refugee system in this country and to make it less likely that people can abuse the system. However, the amendments that are being proposed here to Bill C-11 and the addition of C-4 make it impossible for this side of the House to agree to create a system where we are making people into victims. We do not, even if they are refugees, we do not believe that this government or any government should make people into victims, and that's what this does. And I'd ask for the opposite member's comment.
The honourable member for Dauphin, Swan River, Marquette.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Obviously, since C-11 was passed, things have changed, and we have to update our refugee system and immigration system. In terms of refugees, I have a personal story with refugees. Back when I was a high school student in Winnipeg, I'm of Czech extraction, and I was a high school student. My family obviously was, and we were part of the Czech community in Winnipeg, the Czechoslovakian community. And I remember very well the Prague Spring of 1968 when the Warsaw Pact invaded my father's country. And it was a devastating experience for all of us when we realized what could happen in the world. And as a teenager, I was witness to refugees coming to Winnipeg, and some even stayed in our home. So I take the refugee issue seriously and personally. But again, the abuses that criminals and fraudsters will undertake to take advantage of Canadians' generosity, our historical generosity, simply must be dealt with, and we are doing this with this particular bill. Hear, hear.
Questions and comments? We have time for just a short question and response. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Martorell-Fortin. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My distinguished colleague is quite rightly wanting to combat unfair aspects of the immigration legislation. That is the duty of the state and the government to ensure that Canada is not the victim of abuses. But the problem with this bill, if I may, is that we're throwing out the baby with the bathwater. Historically, Canada has always been a welcoming country, and I remind you that during the slave period in the United States, there was an institution called the Freedom Train, and the Christian community accepted voluntarily and knowingly to break the law to allow people to escape slavery. People like Diefenbaker, the Prime Minister of Canada, who had spoken out against apartheid in South Africa, would have been on our side. He would have spoken out against legislation that would not allow us to come to the assistance of people, and that's the problem. People who would have saved slaves. Unfortunately, We have limited time. The honourable member.
Marquette.
I utterly reject that example of the honourable member opposite, and I think it's quite unfortunate that he uses incendiary language like that. We have to clean up the refugee system that we have now. We will continue to admit legitimate refugees in our country like we've always done, but dealing with criminals and fraudsters and those who do not belong here is the central goal of this act.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Châteauguay-Saint-Constant. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to make clear at the outset that Bill C-31 is an embarrassment for Canada, in my opinion. Mr. Speaker, this bill will tarnish our image as a welcoming country on the international scene. This bill will be a major step backwards in terms of the protection of refugees within our country. It puts enormous power in the hands of the Minister of Immigration, and this without any review of the person's refugee status in Canada. It belies belief that the project really seeks to fight against human smuggling. The reality is quite something else, and all it does is punish refugees. Bill C-31 is a patchwork of former bills. It includes C-4 on human smuggling and C-11 on the Balanced Refugee Reform Act, as well as biometrics. This bill has been pulled together, and if we look back at C-4, lawyers and refugee organizations spoke out against that bill. That bill allowed the minister to designate refugees arriving as part of a regular arrival, and talks about groups of persons without designating how many people form a group. That allows us to assume that two people could indeed constitute a group. So this is much too vague, and it's unreasonably broad. As a result, there will be different legal interpretations that are possible. A family fleeing a country at war could be considered a group. So this proposal is aberrant in this bill, because anyone designated as a designated foreign national would be detained for a year without any possibility of appeal. Detention centers are already overfull. As a result, these people will no doubt be transferred to provincial prisons that could include, of course, criminals. This bill does not provide for 12 months of detention with review. A person who is in detention and receives permanent residency in this bill would not be freed because they have no right of review in that first year. The government's not taking into account the distress of these people who are fleeing countries in the hope of getting a better life. The government doesn't consider how upset these people are fleeing the persecution in their countries, and currently find themselves mixed in with a criminal population for the year, as I said, before being able to have a review of their file. These measures are absolutely run counter to the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms and international law. I want to point out that the Supreme Court handed down a decision in the Sharkawi case and saying that detention within the context of a security certificate was found to be unconstitutional. Anyone in Canada has the right to be heard by a judge within 48 hours. The government that is putting forward an unconstitutional bill. In this decision, this detention could be subject to regular revision, and it should be, so for this to be legal. All asylum claimants who did not arrive in groups, that's just to say alone, would be granted that review. A family would be exempted from this review because they are a group, that is 2 or more people. So not only would these people be in jail for a year or in detention for a year, there would be no exceptions made for the people, regardless of their age, sex, or state of health. This is inhuman, and this is a violation, a direct violation of the Geneva 1951 Convention of the UN, which indicates clearly that contracting states shall not impose penalties on their illegal entry or presence on refugees, provided they present themselves without delay to the authorities and show good cause for their illegal entry. And yet, Canada signed this convention. The measures taken in the bill would attempt to discourage refugees from making a claim in Canada. Not only would these people be detained without any right of appeal, the government's unreasonable or unresponsive attitude would result in a higher number of removals. This is against the Charter as well. Furthermore, this bill provides that all refugees would be prevented from filing for permanent residency until they've been here for 5 years. So once again, this is a violation of the Refugee Convention by prohibiting travelers from outside of Canada. Anyone who had obtained the refugee status, they would never have no travel documents. This, once again, is a breach of the Convention and the Canadian Charter. Furthermore, asylum claimants would not be able to sponsor their families until 5 years' time had passed. So a 15-year-old coming into the country illegally would not be able to sponsor his parents for 5 years. And taking those two constraints into account, refugees might be separated from their families for a period of up to 7 years. These are very discouraging for any asylum claimant. So the minister also reserves the right to designate a country as being safe for nationals, and this without even taking the expertise into account of a committee. So this, and there was this with a more limited deadline. So this would also limit the proper preparation of a file that could result in a refusal. Furthermore, those claiming asylum refugee status coming from countries that are found to be safe could be rejected, and they would no longer have the right to appeal before the Refugee Protection Division. Despite that, they could only be able to appear before the federal court and ask for a judicial review. And despite that, there are very high chances that the person be deported to their country of origin. Moreover, this bill prohibits the Refugee Protection Division from opening a file on that. This goes against the principles of natural justice, and this bill has a jurisdiction that has always been present and without reason.
There is another clause that is in question here that gives difficulty to asylum seekers. This is again a case of discretionary power that the minister will hold, and that is that people could be put in detention even if they are just suspected of criminal activity. There are no parameters around this, and the bill indicates that any claim can be refused if a person has committed a crime, even if it is a minor offense. For example, if someone had refused to go along with a dictatorial government and expressed his or her opinion publicly, then there would be a criminal record, and Canada would just support that persecution. The Conservative government goes further and will give permanent residence in some case and allow these people to settle in Canada, but they will only have conditional permanent status, because if their original country is put on the list of stable and safe countries, then these claimants can be sent back. Countries that are on the list under the minister's discretionary power will make up this list, and the clause would actually be retroactive. So if someone left his or her country 30 years ago because of political persecution and asked for asylum, was granted asylum, and then permanent residency, had a family, and worked in Canada, 30 years later, the government could say, now your country is safe and you have to go back. Has the government thought about the consequences of this? There would be families destroyed. C-31 is also a rather sneaky bill because it uses biometrics, even though we have not yet fully explored this technology. It is a very big change to our approach in immigration. People can be detained for a year, and the Conservative governments are not allowing people to defend themselves. I feel that this bill is discriminatory and works against the refugee system. Questions and comments. The Honourable Minister of Citizenship and Immigration. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Unfortunately, there were all sorts of factual errors in my colleague's speech. For example, I would start with the fact that he says this is a two-class system. In fact, there has all long been a system that has a fast-track aspect to it, and that was in the previous parliament and supported by the NDP. The UN has a refugee system that is used by democratic countries around the world, and that system is recognized by us. The government can designate a country as being a safe country, and he said somebody could be here 30 years and have the permanent residency status for that long. But in fact, Mr. Speaker, there is not a single word in Bill C-31 that goes in that direction. In the Immigration Act, the Immigration and Refugee Board can withdraw permanent residency, for example, for people who have fraudulently obtained that status. But could he tell me which clause in Bill C-31 will give a new power to the minister or the government to withdraw permanent residency from someone? Because there is not such a clause. The Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, this is what the minister says, but in the bill, the minister is given broad discretionary powers to designate a country as being a safe country. So people cannot be entirely sure that the country is safe. I think in that case, we should really depend on a panel of experts who are knowledgeable about these countries so that we can be sure that these countries are indeed safe before rejecting claimants from those countries, so that all claimants from certain countries are not sent back. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There is one thing that is clear in this legislation, and that is that it does not take into account the fact that the people we are talking about are human beings. There are exceptional cases. I would ask my colleague to elaborate a bit on this aspect. I can think of certain cases. The government has talked, for example, about the former Prime Minister of Ukraine, who is in prison for false accusations involving fraud, I believe. For health reasons, she should be taken out of jail where she is sentenced to life. She could make a refugee claim, but she would be told that she has been convicted of fraud and therefore she can't come to Canada. So if my colleague cannot answer, I would like the minister to tell us what would happen in that specific case. The Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Saint-Constant. I would like to thank my colleague for his question. Yes, the minister does have discretionary powers without any objective criteria. without going through an expert panel. So if somebody had a criminal record because he or she was challenging regime or was an activist, then the person would be fleeing persecution and imprisonment in the country of origin, but the person would have a criminal record and could therefore be rejected on that basis.
Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Chatham, Kent, Essex.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's with great pleasure that I rise today to speak in support of Bill C-31, Protecting Canada's Immigration System Act, introduced by my colleague, the Honourable Minister of Immigration. The measures in this bill include further reforms to the asylum system to make it faster and fairer, measures to address human smuggling, and the authority to make it mandatory to provide biometric data with a temporary resident visa application. Mr. Speaker, Canadians take great pride in the generosity and compassion of our immigration and refugee programs, but they have no tolerance for those who abuse our generosity and seek to take unfair advantage of our country. Canada welcomes 1 in 10 of the world's resettled refugee. That is more per capita than almost any other country. In fact, our Conservative government has increased the number of refugees we will be resettling each year by 2,500. Bill C-31 proposes changes that build on reforms to the asylum system based in June 2010 as part of the Balanced Refugee Reform Act. The proposed measures will provide faster protection to those who genuinely need refuge and faster removals for those that don't. In particular, refugee claimants from generally non-refugee producing countries, such as those in Eastern Europe, would be processed on average in 45 days compared to more than 1,000 days under the current system. It has become clear that there are gaps in the Balanced Refugee Reform Act. Canada receives more refugee claims from Europe than from Africa or Asia. Last year alone, 23% of all refugee claims made in Canada were made by nationals from the EU. That's up 14% from the previous year. This growing trend threatens the integrity of our immigration system. In recent years, virtually all EU claims were withdrawn, abandoned, or rejected. These unfounded claims from the 5,800 EU nationals who sought asylum last year cost Canadian taxpayers $170 million. Too many tax dollars are spent on bogus refugees. We need to send a message to those who would abuse Canada's generous asylum system that if you're not in need of protection, you will be sent home quickly. Bill C-31 will save hard-working Canadian taxpayers $1.65 billion over 5 years. That astounding savings really helps to put in perspective the magnitude of the abuse of our immigration system. But, Mr. Speaker, it's not just Canadian taxpayers that are severely affected by these bogus claims. Genuine refugees are waiting a long time to receive Canada's protection, which they desperately need because of bogus refugee claimants are bogging down the system. And this has to stop. Bill C-31 also includes most of the provisions in the form of preventing human smugglers from abusing Canada's Immigration System Act, Bill C-4. There is one very important modification to note, though. Minors under the age of 16 would be exempt from the detention proposals designed to deal with mass arrivals from human smuggling operations. Our government is sending a clear message that our doors are open to those who play by the rules, including legitimate refugees. However, we will crack down on those who endanger human lives and threaten the integrity of our borders. Human smuggling is a despicable crime, and Canadians think it's unacceptable for criminals to abuse Canada's immigration system for financial gain. Mandatory detention for those 16 years of age and older remains for people who enter Canada as part of a designated smuggling event. But once the identity of a claimant has been established and a refugee claim is approved, individuals would be released from detention. Mr. Speaker, the final component of the new legislation would give the minister the authority to make it mandatory for visa applicants to provide biometric data, that's fingerprints and photographs, to visit Canada. Documents can be forged or stolen, whereas biometric data provides greater certainty, confirming the identity of the applicants when they apply. Biometrics will be an important new tool to help protect the safety and security of Canadians by reducing identity fraud and identity theft. As fraudsters become more sophisticated, biometrics will improve our ability to keep violent criminals and those who pose a threat to Canada out. In short, biometrics will strengthen the integrity of Canada's immigration system while helping facilitate legitimate travel. These measures would put us in line with the international partners such as the United Kingdom, the European Union, Australia, and the United States. This would help prevent violent criminals, terrorists, and human smugglers, among others, from using a fake identity to obtain a visa. The use of biometrics also would bolster Canada's existing measures to facilitate legitimate travel by providing a fast and reliable tool for confirming identity. Mr. Speaker, when asked about Bill C-31, Protecting Canada's Immigration System Act, this is one of the things the NDP immigration critic had to say, and I quote, "I think what we need to do is build a system that has a fast and fair determination process, and that's something I'll give the minister credit for. I do think that's what his intention has been all along, and we all want to work towards that. We don't want endless dragging on this stuff because refugees, when they come here, they do qualify for basic sustenance. It is at the cost of the Canadian taxpayer. So we do have an interest in making sure there's a quick determination that's correct and fair and get these people into our communities working and being productive tax-paying members of our society if they're bona fide refugees. We want a fast, fair system where we can give a sanctuary to people who need it quickly, and we can weed out the people who don't have the valid claims, get them through a fair process. And if they're not valid, at the end of the day, deport them out of Canada swiftly." End of quote. And I agree, Mr. Speaker. And that is exactly what Bill C-31 aims to do. All of these reforms are aimed at deterring abuse of Canada's generous immigration and refugee system. With these proposed measures, the integrity of Canada's immigration programs and the safety and security of Canadians will be protected. Bill C-31 sends the clear message that if you are in genuine need of Canada's protection, you will receive it. But if you are abusing our generous refugee system, you will be removed quickly. It sends a clear message that Canada will not tolerate queue jumpers. Every year, thousands upon thousands of people play by the rules and patiently wait their turn in line. Canadian immigrants want our government to stop the practice of people breaking the rules by abusing our refugee system or paying huge sums of money to despicable criminal smugglers to jump in front of the line. Mr. Speaker, to maintain the support of Canadians for our generous immigration and refugee systems, we must demonstrate that Canada has a fair, well-managed system that does not tolerate queue jumping. I urge all members of this House to support this much-needed piece of legislation. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question, commentaire. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened carefully to my colleague's speech, and I would like him to talk to us about the issue of countries that are considered safe. Hungary and the Czech Republic are considered safe countries, but they are consistently discriminatory toward the Roma. So I would like to know how they can justify, in that particular case, the power being given to the minister to name those countries as safe countries.
Well, I thank the honourable minister, Mr. Speaker, for the question. And he refers to Hungary. And that in that particular case in Hungary, if I understand the statistics right, almost 100% of the claims made by those that claim to be refugees in Hungary were withdrawn themselves. So I appreciate the fact that you bring up Hungary, because that is an area of concern, and this is what this bill will address, countries like that. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I found in the entire debate we're having on Bill C-31 a persistent confusion of the issues of immigration and refugees. And just to get the terms clear from the beginning, the world at 2009 had more refugees than any time in history. We have 43 million people who'd been displaced from their country of origin and fit the definition for the United Nations for refugees. Of that number, only 1% are ever resettled into a third country. And at 2009, of that number, 4/5 were being kept in refugee camps, basically in the developing world. So we're talking about a very small number of refugees who make their way to Canada. They are not in a queue. Refugees, by definition, can't apply in their country of origin. They've been displaced. So I'd like to ask the honourable member if he could clarify for us his understanding of refugees. Refugees are, by definition, people who come here in desperation. They don't form a queue in their country of origin to come as normal immigrants would.
The honourable member for Chatham-Kent Essex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for her question as well, too. We have to understand that what this bill addresses are those refugee claimants that come to this country. And as it was referred to in my speech, Canada has a very generous refugee program. We as a nation, accept more refugees than most other nations in the entire world. And we want to make sure, and I share her passion for those that are genuine refugees. We want to make sure that those people have the opportunity and aren't being backlogged and slowed down by those that have abused the system. And we do know that in this country that has been the case for too long. And it's the intent of this government. It's also what our constituents are asking us to fix this problem, to make sure that we can address those that really do need the services that our governments provide. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Comments? The Honourable Minister of Citizenship and Immigration.
Thank you. On the last question that was put, Mr. Speaker, in fact, there is a queue. There's the process of international protection all around the world. She mentioned the 43 million people who have UN Convention refugee status. Let me tell you what the queue is, for example. When the Indo-Chinese boat people fled communist oppression in Vietnam, they went to United Nations High Commissioner on Refugees settlement centers where their claims were processed and where they were then referred for resettlement. Canada took 60,000. There are millions of people like that around the world. In the particular case of this member has a tendency to confuse asylum claimants with refugees. In fact, almost 2/3 of the asylum claimants who arrive in Canada are determined by our fair legal system not to be refugees, not to be in need of our protection. From some countries, it's nearly 100% who actually withdraw and abandon their own claims. They don't even show up for the hearing. Regrettably, they do show up for their welfare checks. And that's the problem, Mr. Speaker, that we're trying to get at here. But I would like to know if the member would agree with me that we should be focusing our efforts on encouraging real refugees around the world to yes, if they need to flee their country, go to the regional resettlement options. Seek protection in the first country they go to. If you're a Tamil living in India, why do you need to travel through Thailand and Malaysia, bypass 40 other countries in order to seek protection in Canada? It's not, in those cases, about seeking protection. It's about coming to Canada. Does the member agree?
The honourable member for Chatham-Kent Essex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't know, you didn't indicate to me whether you wanted me to give a short answer, and the short answer is absolutely I agree. And just another opportunity just to thank the minister for the hard work that he's done and to thank him for this excellent piece of legislation. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Bourassa. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, even if we don't always agree, and we don't agree perhaps on the substance of the bill, I want to salute the minister nonetheless, because I would note that he is continually present throughout the debate, and this reminds me of my years as Minister of Immigration, and I think that even if you deeply disagree, the fact that the Minister is here demonstrates that the seriousness of the work that he does, and we can disagree, and we do, but I still want to salute him. You know, Mr. Speaker, I have been there. Immigration Act and legislation is living. And over the years, there are situations that arrive where we must see if we cannot improve the situation, and we have to be careful so as not to put too much ideology in this, because here we're talking about people, individuals. And I also understand that when I was appointed, it was immediately after the events of September 11th, and there was a reality that we were facing. And often, the Minister of Immigration, I call him the Minister of Canada, because it is that individual who ensures the protection of Canadian values, because Canada is a country of immigrants. It was built on immigration. And that is why it is very touchy. We have to be very careful with regard to the stance that we take when we're minister and when we propose certain policies. Mr. Speaker, I am disappointed because each case is individual, and when you start to make generalities and you start to label people, there can be a slippery slope. Canada could take exactly the same lines. Canada is a generous country. We have been among the first to work to ensure the protection of refugees, and we will be told that we have increased the number of refugees that we pick, and we work with the High Commissioner on Refugees, and we'll get people. However, the reality of the document, that is Bill C-31, is clearly with regard to newcomers, and this is where we have to be careful. I was one of the ones who negotiated the third Safe Country Agreement with the Americans. It was then ratified by my colleagues who followed. But we had a first agreement in principle, and we said that if somebody went through the United States, since the United States is a country that had ratified the Geneva Convention, that we could then send that person back to do their process within the United States. However, and yet again, because each case is individual, what I had put forward was a series of exceptions in order to ensure that since we have our own foreign policy, our own way of doing things, and because each case is in fact individual, and we don't know what will happen when those people come here. Yes, we are against abuse. We want to protect citizenship, and permanent residency is not a right, it's a privilege to some extent. However, we must be respectful of the conventions, and we must make sure that if we don't generalize, and we need to protect the individual, and this is what is important. And I have some difficulty with this bill for a number of reasons, and the first reason is the issue of safe country of origin. Earlier, my colleague from St. John was asking a question, and you can get an answer and say 100% of the people who have abandoned, and it could say they're here to collect their welfare check. It's no matter what, the reality is let's take the example of Hungary. There's a movement of the extreme right, of anti-Semitism, a movement where it seems, and we've seen reports that can provoke situations that occur on a one-time basis against certain individuals. It could be with regard to their sexual orientation. It's true that in all countries. It could be true in Europe. And if I, as minister, I say, well, let me decide that this country is okay, then we're creating a problem, and that fundamentally is my problem with this. The fact, with regard to the previous bill, and a minister mustn't be at the mercy of a system. And vice versa is also true. There can be exceptional measures taken in exceptional circumstances, and that is why the minister must not be at the mercy of the system. On the other hand, we must also protect the institution of the minister. And that is why, in the other bill, I thought it was good. There was an expert panel. Well, we can't just say, well, because 80% of the numbers don't move through with their application and whatever. We have to have parameters to ensure that we protect the minister, protect the system, and protect the way that we do immigration here. And here we're talking about refugees as well. And in justice, we have to say there is justice and the appearance of justice. Otherwise, there's a problem. There are ministerial permits, and the minister needs to have the ability to make decisions with regard to specific situations. Also, with regard to detention, I have a problem, because when you detain people, even if we're talking about the fact that children will up to a certain age will no longer be included, we know that there are families that are coming, and if at some point there is a detention of an individual and the child is outside, well, this will create other social problems. With regard to biometrics, I was the minister who proposed at the time, and I still think that Canada must have a national identity card with biometrics, and that we must then think about the management of people coming in and out, that is crossing the border in both directions, be it from the United States or from other countries. And biometrics is not a bad thing, but we have to understand that there is offline and online.
Biometrics online. It means that you have access to a database. So if you don't have a legal framework to protect those information, this is where you have a problem. But if you have an offline biometrics, and I would propose at that time to have an ID card where you can have your fingerprint or une bande noire, qu'on appelle,
black strip,
where you have some information, and the only thing that you need is to have the technology that recognize what's on the card. So it's a green light, red light process. We've done that in China. We have the technology. In Schengen, they have 140,000 people just passing there during weekend. It takes 10 seconds, but you can have those red light, and then you deal with the red light. So instead of putting up a label saying that everybody might be a terrorist or might be bad, well, you know where to focus. But you have to be vigilant, of course. The problème subséquent.
The next problem is that it is my impression that Bill C-31 is not constitutional. And there are a number of lawyers here who will remember the Singh decision, where they said that newcomers, when it comes to refugee status, also have protection of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. And to that end, be it with regard to detention, be it with regard to the right to protection against arbitrary detention, be it with regard to the right to freedom and security of person. Well, we have to be careful, Mr. Speaker, because we can write up a bill with good intentions and score some points with it, but when then it doesn't get through the courts, this creates another series of problems. So ultimately, I hope that we'll be able to make amendments and not to take up time. And I know exactly the kinds of situation the minister is currently in. It's not easy when you have to make a decision. I was the last minister who not only had the ability with regard to immigration and refugees, but also with regard to removals. And after the events of September 11th, who want to protect the security of our citizens, protect Canada, this is something very important, and it is a big responsibility. And that is why when we draft legislation, when we put in place a system, we have to make sure that that system really passes the smell test.
That in certain area, I mean, we can have all the statistics that we want. It's about what kind of process do you want to have? How do you manage your the access of the people who are coming?
I could be told, because I'm expecting the question, but I was the minister who didn't implement the appeal process for the refugees. We didn't do it because we were thinking about it to ensure that there was more time. We have to take less time and do things right, and that is what I'm asking the minister to do, to make the necessary changes, as I did at the time, to work to protect those who are in need. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question commentaire.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Minister of Citizenship and Immigration. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Honourable Member for his constructive comments and for what he did as previous Minister of Immigration and his knowledge of this issue, Mr. Speaker. With regard to Hungary, for example, he raised the issue of Hungary and the power to designate some countries for an accelerated process. No asylum seeker from Hungary as a designated country. No one from the European Union will have access following Bill C-31 to a hearing. This means that all applicants from all countries who have come in by whatever means, including migrants who have arrived through the smuggling operations, all these people will have access to the same system that currently exists. That means a hearing on the merits of their case. The only difference, in fact, is that it will be a slightly faster process that was accepted with regard to C-11 in the previous Parliament by the opposition. And his own government, the member opposite's own government, did not create the immigration refugee appeal section. Why not designate a safe country? Mr. Speaker, the minister, every time he asks a question, gives a little speech because he thinks that people are going to get it. But the reality is that you don't drop a bill for tomorrow. You're drafting legislation for eventualities. And with regard to the creation of safe countries, when we say, well, we're going to write up specific guidelines for that particular country, and we do it arbitrarily because you're the only one who has the power to do that, then there can be abuse. There can be a problem.
Oui. Comment ça se fait qu'on met pas en place encore le...
How is it that we don't put in place the panel of experts who will determine, along with the minister, who will make recommendations, and not only will this protect the system, it will protect the minister?
Questions and comments? The honourable member, l'honourable député.
The honourable member for Pontiac. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for that speech. I had a brief question because what concerns me with regard to this bill is that there is the issue about the humanitarian and compassionate grounds. Asylum seeker will not be able to appeal under humanitarian and compassionate grounds while they're waiting for a decision or within a one-year period after a rejection. Are you concerned? The honourable member for Bourassa. That's in fact the kind of thing that is of concern, because we have to understand that when an individual asks to be a refugee, each time I had questions, and the questions coming from the Alliance, they were saying there were terrorists. We have to stop labeling people. There can be situations. So why? Causing people to come to Canada. Yes, they can come to Canada because they heard about Canada, but sometimes it's...
We despise them, but we're looking for the individual. And looking for the individual, and sometime, well, we have some specifics, and we have to make sure that we'll protect that person. Alors, c'est pour cette raison-là que oui.
And that is why, yes, it's the kind of thing we need to take a look at.
We have time for a short question and response. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask my honourable friend from Bourassa if he is aware of the United Nations High Commission on Refugees funding profile. We've heard from the honourable minister that there is a queue for refugees. I remain respectfully disputing this notion. But if there is one, and we're depending on the UN High Commission on Refugees to provide such assistance, why is it that Canada is not adequately funding this voluntarily funded branch of the United Nations?
The honourable member for Bourassa.
Well, I can assure my colleague that, anyway, when we were there, that we had an amazing relationship with the High Commissioner, and I don't have any doubt that you have the same thing too. So, and there is some relation. I don't have the numbers, of course, but if there's some capacity to work closely together, they can do it, they can use it. But I really believe that no matter what, specifically when we're touching that issue, that you cannot do anything otherwise than to comply also with the treaty and the organization itself.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Edmonton, Leduc.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I certainly appreciate this opportunity to join the debate on Bill C-31, the Protecting Canada's Immigration System Act. I've certainly enjoyed the debate, and I will certainly concur with my colleague opposite with respect to the minister and the fact that he has been present during this debate. I think it's an outstanding example for all parliamentarians. Mr. Speaker, we as Canadians are rightfully proud about our long-standing humanitarian tradition and about the fact that we are one of the top countries in the world to offer protection to those who are in need of asylum. In fact, when you look at the G20, there is no country in that group that welcomes more refugees per capita than Canada. We resettle 1 in 10 refugees. Canada is continuing its tradition as a leader in international refugee protection. Our government has increased the number of refugees we will be resettling by 2,500 per year. Canadians are proud, very proud of our welcoming and fair nature. Nonetheless, few Canadians would disagree that our refugee system is in need of reform. As we see time and time again, refugee claimants simply wait too long for a decision on their claim. We also realize the need to stop those who are abusive of our generous immigration system, and we are therefore taking action to that end. Canada's current asylum system is bogged down by bogus refugee claimants from countries that are democratic and are safe. These claimants do not wait in line like everyone else. In fact, they make an attempt to jump the queue. This leaves in limbo those who genuinely are in need of Canada's protection. It also allows those who really do not need our protection to unfortunately abuse our system. Many genuine refugees have fled their homes because of unimaginable hardship and have in many cases been forced to live in refugee camps for many years. When they arrive in Canada, they essentially start all over again. But these genuine refugee claimants are unfortunately waiting years for determination on their claim. They are waiting because of an increasing number of refugee claims coming from safe and democratic countries. We should just look at the numbers for examples. The total number of refugee claims from the European Union in 2011 was 5,800. That is more than Africa and Asia, and it was a 14% increase from 2010. Virtually all the claims from the EU are abandoned, withdrawn, or rejected. These are bogus refugees that are not in need of Canada's protection. In fact, they withdraw their own claims after they receive money, unfortunately, from our taxpayer-funded system and after they get taxpayer-funded medical care. And the cost of these claimants from the European Union to Canadian taxpayers, Mr. Speaker, is $170 million per year. That's simply not fair to Canadian taxpayers, and it's not fair to genuine refugees who are, in fact, waiting in line for Canada's protection. Last year, processing times for a decision on a claim before the Independent Immigration and Refugee Board of Canada could take more than 20 months. It can take an average of 4.5 years from the time a claim is made until a failed refugee claimant has exhausted all legal avenues and is removed from Canada. In some instances, cases have dragged on for more than a decade. Long delays encourage individuals who are not in need of our protection to use the refugee system as a way to remain in Canada. In that time, taxpaying Canadians pay for their health care and other generous social benefits. Our government is closing the loopholes in our asylum system. We are, in fact, listening to Canadians and acting in the best interests of Canadian taxpayers. No longer will these bogus refugee claimants be able to abuse our generous asylum system. This bill provides for faster processing times to quickly, Bill C-11, in fact, Mr. Speaker, the Balanced Refugee Reform Act, which was previously passed, provided for faster processing timelines to quickly decide claims. It introduced a designated country of origin policy to further expedite the processing of claims from those countries. But as we proceeded with the implementation of that bill, it became clear that further reforms were needed. The rising number of refugee claims coming from countries that are not normally considered as refugee-producing has warranted additional measures, and this is why we've introduced an additional bill in addition to the Balanced Refugee Reform Act. We need to send a clear and unmistakable message to those who seek to abuse Canada's generous asylum system that if you are not in need of protection, you will be sent home quickly. At the same time, we need measures to ensure that those who truly need our help get it in a very timely manner. When the recent wave of bogus refugee asylum claims came flooding in from the democratic and human rights respecting European Union, it was made clear that further reforms to Canada's asylum system was urgently needed. We are a responsible government that is not afraid to admit that our previous legislation was not strong enough in this area. Mr. Speaker, we got a mandate to protect Canada's immigration system from the people of Canada. We listened and we are acting on that mandate. The Protecting Canada's Immigration System Act will make our refugee system faster and will make it fairer. In this time of economic uncertainty, increased numbers of unfounded refugee claims create a financial burden on Canadian taxpayers. Under the proposed system, claimants from designated countries of origin would get a hearing quickly, within 30 to 45 days, depending on whether they initially made their claim at an inland office or a port of entry. All other claimants would receive their hearings within 60 days. Mr. Speaker, let me be very clear about this. Under these new measures, all eligible refugee claimants would continue to be entitled to a fair hearing before an independent decision maker. But, Mr. Speaker, I would at this point like to quote from two very distinguished Canadian columnists what they have to say about our proposals and about our improvements. First of all, from John Ibbotson from the Globe and Mail. Quote, I think we need a system, first of all, that doesn't cost too much. If you spend 4 years processing a bogus refugee claim, that's a taxpayer who pays for it, and that person may also be on welfare and other forms of social assistance during that time. So I agree. And I think there is broad public support for the idea that we need to process refugee claimants fairly and swiftly, unquote. And from another distinguished columnist, John Ivison from the National Post, and I quote, I was talking to someone today who was saying within 4 days of a claimant landing in Toronto, they can't be claiming welfare. Now that's an obvious magnet for refugees all over the world. We have the most generous refugee system in the world. We have an acceptance rate of something like just under 50%. Nowhere else in the world comes close to that. How many people do you need to consult to figure out that Hungary should not be our leading source of refugees? What had happened was that the top 10 countries that we receive refugees from did not figure in the UN's top 10 list of refugees, unquote. In closing, Mr. Speaker, let me reiterate that the proposed Protecting Canada's Immigration System Act builds on reforms passed in June 2010 as part of the Balanced Refugee Reform Act. These new measures further accelerate the processing of refugee claims for nationals from designated countries, which are those that generally do not produce refugees. In addition, the proposals reduce the options available to failed claimants to delay their removal from Canada. As a result, genuine refugees will receive Canada's protection much more quickly. Even after these changes, Canada's refugee determination system will still remain proudly one of the most generous in the world. I urge all honourable members of this House to join me in supporting this bill in order to improve program integrity and deter abuse of our refugee system. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Notre-Dame de Grâce, La Chine. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What worries me the most in this bill is that principle of having safe countries and unsafe countries. I have listened since the beginning of this bill on the debate and the arguments of the Conservative government, but it doesn't work for me because about 25% of the people in my riding are people who weren't born in Canada, and I have received a lot of people in my office who are claiming refugee status. Don't understand when the member across says when the bill has passed and a journalist from Russia comes to him and talks about having written against the government and I'm afraid for my health, but that he's coming from a safe country. So what's he going to say to that person when he comes to him for assistance? Is he going to say, well, no, I can't help you because the minister's decided that you come from a safe country? I'd like to hear more on that, please.
Leduc.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for that question.
And I've certainly listened to the debate, and I know this has been an issue of discussion. But the fact is that the factors are objective, they are quantitative. The actual acceptance, the designation of a country as safe is based upon the results of decisions taken by asylum claimants themselves. And the decision with respect to this is rendered by the Independent Immigration Refugee Board, not by the Minister of Citizenship and Immigration. And the case that she gave, they would be able to make a claim. There would still be that process in place where they would, in fact, be able to make a claim.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I may have misheard the member, so I'd just like him to clarify. My understanding is that while Canada's approach to refugees historically has been, well, with a mixed record, which we've acknowledged periods of shame, such as turning away the Saint Louis, but generally our refugee programs have been very progressive. But I think I understood him to say that we were the country in the world that did the most for refugee resettlement. My understanding is that the United States remains a country where refugee resettlement amounts to more than the combined total of all other industrialized countries accepting refugees combined.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Leduc.
I want to thank my colleague for her question. My understanding is on a per capita basis, in fact, Canada's resettlement of refugees is on a much or on a larger scale. I also want to address her earlier question because I think it was a valid question to the member opposite with respect to the amount that Canada is paying towards the UN. My understanding is, as well as this is in the neighborhood of $70 million, which is the highest it has ever been in Canada's history. And I think this continues, and she referenced a couple of other examples of which obviously Canada, our nation's history, should not be proud of. But we should be very proud of our tradition. I think the minister is very much in keeping with this tradition, something I referenced in my statement earlier today, the example of Grosse Ile, where hundreds and thousands of, of French Canadians welcomed Irish to that island, to that shore, and treated them with such dignity and respect and cared for them. And unfortunately, many of them gave their lives in doing so. But this is an excellent example of what this country has done, and this is a tradition that the Minister of Immigration, himself of Irish heritage, is continuing today.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député, the honourable
member.
Oh, Wanda Fuca.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What I'd really like to ask is, Conservatives like to talk about their support for families. And in this bill, the section that allows designate people as irregular arrivals will have some very severe impacts on families. First of those, of course, is the question of detention. So if the parents are detained, what happens to the children? And the second of those is kind of cascading results from those would be barred from applying for permanent residency for 5 years, and then for an additional 5 years they couldn't sponsor their families, which is creating a 10-year gap in family reunification. So I wonder if the member is concerned about the impact on families of these provisions for those who are designated as irregular arrivals.
Well, member for Edmonton-Leduc.
I thank the member for his question, and as the member knows, in this legislation, it does distinguish between obviously using the age of 16 in terms of not detaining children. But I think the principle behind detention, the principle behind the 5-year example that he gives is there has to be consequences for those who seek to jump the queue and for those who seek to unfairly use our refugee system for their own benefit who are not valid and genuine refugees. I mean, that is the issue. The issue is we want to speed up for genuine claimants so that they can have Canada's protection faster. They can be resettled much more quickly in Canada. And the way to do that is to deal with the bogus claims that are currently clogging up the system. I mean, this is the point of this bill, and the point of the last bill was to ensure that we can resettle genuine refugees at a much quicker pace in the very generous fashion that we have, continuing to lead in the world in this way. But to do that, we need to unclog the current system and deal with the bogus refugee claimants that are doing that.
Resuming debate, but before I recognize the honourable member for Sudbury, I'll let him know that we'll need to interrupt him at 1:37, so almost enough time for the full 10 minutes, but we'll need to pace it on that basis. The honourable member for Sudbury.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I truly am very disappointed that I won't have my full 10 minutes, but I appreciate the fact that you've given me at least 6 to 7 minutes to talk about how I oppose this bill. And I, too, though, while I say that I oppose this bill, like my colleague from Edmonton-Leduc, would like to tip my hat to the minister for being here throughout the entire debate.
Absolutely. That's a great
It truly is, when we are looking at the importance of discussing and talking about ideas and trying to come up with what we think is the best legislation for the country, it's great that we can have this type of debate. With that being said, now that the hugs are over, I'm going to move forward on my opinions in relation to C-31. In our opinion, on this side of the House with New Democrats, we see this as an omnibus refugee reform bill that combines, in our opinion, the worst parts of the former C-11 that was in the 40th Parliament and the current C-4. What we see these three main purposes are to repeal most of the compromises from the former bill C-11, the Balanced Refugee Reform Act that received all-party support and royal assent in June of 2010, Mr. Speaker. It reintroduces Bill C-4, the Human Smuggling Bill, and introduces the collection of biometrics for temporary residents. And the naming of safe countries and the restriction of refugee rights, concentrating the power to determine safe countries in the hands of the minister. Under the former C-11, this was to be done by a panel of experts, including human rights experts, Mr. Speaker. And while we all can agree that, we did our hug with the minister before, we want to ensure that there's human rights experts and that there's a panel involved in this process because, you know what, Mr. Speaker, we're all aware nobody's perfect. And if we can ensure that there's groups in place, panels in place, human rights experts there to ensure that immigrants coming can see that we just don't leave it in the power of one person. Refugee claimants from safe countries face extremely short timelines before hearings, Mr. Speaker, 15 days, I believe, and have no access to the new appeal division, have no automatic stay of removal when filing for a judicial review, and cannot apply for a work permit for 180 days. It also limits access and shortens timelines to file and submit a pre-removal risk assessment application and evidence, Mr. Speaker. Talking about restricting access to humanitarian and compassionate consideration, I don't think anyone would agree with that, Mr. Speaker. Unfortunately, we're seeing this being pushed through with this government. A refugee claimant cannot apply for H&C while the claim is pending for 1 year after a failed claim, in which time they will likely be deported, Mr. Speaker. It makes it easier to terminate refugee protection if circumstances change. This may apply to any legitimate refugee who has not yet become a citizen, potentially affecting tens of thousands of permanent residents. This contravenes international norms on the treatment of refugees and adds uncertainty to individuals for years after their arrival, Mr. Speaker. And I know we've talked about how we've always been a progressive country in terms of immigration. And I don't think that this bill, even though it may have been well-intended on the government side, does that. Arbitrary designation of irregular arrivals and their mandatory incarceration is something that we definitely don't agree with on this side of the House, Mr. Speaker. C-31 reintroduces most of the provisions of C-4, which are widely condemned, Mr. Speaker, by refugee advocates and likely unconstitutional. It allows the minister to designate any refugee arrival of a group of 2 or more as irregular, and I think we can use the examples of the Sun Sea and the Ocean Lady. These irregular arrivals face mandatory detention for up to 1 year if they are 16 and over, or until a positive refugee decision is made, whichever comes first. Cannot apply for permanent residency for 5 years, cannot sponsor their family for 5 years, have no access to the new Refugee Appeal Division. This designation, Mr. Speaker, in our opinion, creates an unfair 2-tier refugee system, one for normal refugees, I don't know if the word normal is proper use there, and one for irregular arrivals, Mr. Speaker. So if we look, maybe I should double check on my timing, Mr. Speaker. How am I doing? 3 minutes? I have so much to say in so little time, Mr. Speaker. You know, looking at the background of this, the former C-11, the Balanced Refugee Reform Act, was supported by all parties in the last Parliament. Several compromises were made to the original bill, largely through the work of the member from Trinity Spadina and the NDP, and that it made it acceptable to us and to other opposition parties. These compromises include establishing that panel of experts that I was talking about earlier, Mr. Speaker, to determine safe countries, allowing access to appeal for designated nationals and those from designated safe countries, and greater timelines for the start of the appeal process. C-31, unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, repeals almost all of these compromises. So, Mr. Speaker, what would we like to see from an immigration bill, specifically something like C-31? We don't think the Conservatives have been effective at gaining support for this legislation, as they did in the past by promoting fear and talking about the threat of refugees. I don't think talking about anti-immigrant and anti-refugee rhetoric, such as bogus claimants, queue jumpers, and criminal elements, do anything to help any of the immigrants that are coming over to Canada. However, civil society is, I think, solidly against these changes to refugee reform. Experience in other countries, I think we can use Australia as an example, show that measures such as these do not have a deterrent effect. You know, these measures target and punish legitimate refugees, Mr. Speaker. Refugees should not be subject to political maneuvering, but should be given fair and compassionate treatment. All those who seek protection should be given equal rights, with equal rights to appeal. No country is free from persecution, Mr. Speaker. This is especially true with women, gays and lesbians fleeing violence and persecution. I think I have to start summarizing, Mr. Speaker, so I'll do so. You know, refugees have the right to a fair hearing, and the right to appeal is critical for vulnerable claimants at the mercy of inconsistent and often arbitrary immigrant and refugee board. We don't believe, Mr. Speaker, that this bill will accomplish that. I'm sure I'll have a few minutes another day to continue on, but with that, Mr. Speaker, I do wish everyone a very happy St. Patrick's Day tomorrow, and everyone have a great constituency week. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for St. Paul's is rising on a point of order.
Looking at the Blues today, it appears that my time ran out before I was able to correct the number in the ask, and I would like to get it on the record that the National Chief has asked for $500 million for education on reserve, and that we, as the Liberal Party, are asking for no less than $500 million in the budget. Thanks very much.
Well, I don't think that's really a point of order, a matter of debate concerning debates earlier today, perhaps. We'll carry on. I'll just let the honourable member for Sudbury know that he will indeed have 3 minutes remaining for his speech, and also the requisite 5 minutes for questions and comments when the House next returns to debate on the motion. It being 1:37, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Orders of the day.
Private members' business, affaires émanant des députés, repris du débat.
Resuming debate at second reading on Bill C-350, an act to amend the Corrections and Conditional Release Act, accountability of offenders. Standing in the name of Mr. Lauzon.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Charlottetown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to this bill. The Liberal critic, the member from Lac Saint Louis, as he has already indicated, we will vote to send this bill to committee in order to ensure that it makes sense and to hear from experts as to whether it's even constitutional. I have serious concerns as to its constitutionality. But I'm really troubled by what is transpiring in Parliament since the Conservatives obtained their majority government. As I've said many times in this House, I'm amazed by the obsession the Conservatives have with crime. Against all evidence, members of the Conservative government continue to propagate a myth that Canada is a hotbed of criminal activity. This obsession and fixation with creating and then communicating this erroneous notion of rampant crime is really offensive to many Canadians. And I'll tell you why it's so offensive, Mr. Speaker. Crime is on the decline in Canada, and it has been for some time. These facts matter. And in any real democracy, laws are based on reality and evidence. Not in the Conservative world, facts do not matter. Scaring Canadians seems to be their goal, and it's a goal without merit or honour. Facts do matter. The truth matters. Evidence matters. Canadians expect their government to be honest. Canadians expect their elected members of Parliament and senators to enact laws based on facts and evidence. Canadians do not want law founded on feelings or ideology. Canadians do not want their laws to be reduced to a tool to fundraise from a small, narrow, right-wing base. I do find it very troubling that we have a government that essentially says to Canadians, you know, facts are just facts. They're really a nuisance because they get in the way of my feeling that deep down crime is rampant. So let's just proceed on that basis. That's the foundation on which this government operates, and by extension, it is how the members of its backbench operate. And it's offensive to those of us who value facts and evidence. And yet, what we've witnessed since last fall, when Parliament got into full swing, is a government and its members practically climbing over themselves, looking for any opportunity to look tough on crime. Since Parliament returned, over 90% of all private members' bills presented by the Conservative Party possess some crime initiative or an amendment to the Criminal Code. Again, this absurd obsession with manufacturing a crisis is very troubling. Mr. Speaker, crime is not rampant in Canada. People are not roaming the streets in large gangs causing widespread unrest. Police are not, as we speak, in riot gear throughout the country. But to listen to these Conservatives, you would think that there was an armed insurrection in Canada. These notions are false. And yet, I understand that from time to time, Parliament does need to make adjustments to our criminal code. But the actions of this government and its members tinkering with the criminal code through private members' bills will have long-term effects on the coherence of our criminal law. The Conservatives, though, find themselves in a majority. This majority provides them with the opportunity to legislate their ideology, to do as they please, facts be damned.
The Honourable Minister for Immigration.
Point of order is on relevance. I think the member is speaking to the wrong bill. He's been talking about the criminal code. This is an amendment to the Corrections and Conditional Release Act. He hasn't mentioned the bill. It would require that convicted criminals give proceeds of civil judgments to victims of crime. I wonder when he intends to address the bill. Or perhaps he's mistaken. He thinks he's debating a different bill.
Yeah. So actually what would happen is that the prisoners would...
Well, I find myself in a unique and convenient position to excuse myself from the chair, and I'll allow the Speaker to deal with that.
We're next to resuming debates. The honourable members. Okay, my apologies, and appreciate the consideration of all members. In respect to, of course, points of order pertaining to relevance, it's true that members should, while they do have great liberties to explore different ideas around the subject that is before the House, eventually members need to bring those ideas back around so that they are pertinent and relevant to the issue before the House. The Honourable Member for Charlottetown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm a lawyer by training. I've practiced law for most of my adult life. I served as a managing partner in a successful law firm back home in Prince Edward Island. I have some experience as a prosecutor with respect to narcotics offences and election offences, something that will probably come in handy before too long in this country. I understand the harm that crime can have on individuals. I know it hurts families. I know it hurts communities. I value a tough justice system, but not a vindictive one. I value proportionality and balance. I value the courts and their judgment, and I value the Charter. But one gets a very strong impression the Conservatives have a view of justice that is arbitrary, vindictive, and disproportionate. We've certainly seen this manifested in C-10, a bill that will most certainly be found to be in whole or in part unconstitutional. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, we saw it last night in the debate on Bill C-316. Mr. Speaker, the bill before us today proposes to do something that in all my years of practicing law I have yet to confront. What widespread epidemic problem does the bill seek to fix? Are there thousands and thousands of incarcerated people who are in receipt of a judgment from Her Majesty where we have to divvy up the proceeds? Is this an epidemic in our country? Now, we know the answer to that. The answer is very, very little. Now, I'm not a cynic by nature, but the actions and the behavior of the Conservatives really does cause one to question their motives. I'm sure that there are many members that like it when we oppose the myth-based crime bills. They perhaps want to be able to write fundraising letters to the right-wing base collecting untold amounts of money by suggesting that the opposition is soft on crime and that we don't care about victims. That, Mr. Speaker, is the type of divisive government that we have in Canada. This bill has already had a rough ride, primarily because it was initially ill-conceived, not well thought out. It was originally proposed and rejected because of jurisdictional problems. A non-partisan researcher and lawyer associated with the non-partisan Library of Parliament, Michel Bedard, said, "I have doubts as to the federal government's power to pass provisions of this kind. It's important to understand that, according to the division of powers in Canada, property and civil rights fall within provincial jurisdiction. Under that head of power, the provinces have jurisdiction over contracts and all private law, including debt priority ranking. That includes debt owed to creditors in particular. It's important to realize that federal jurisdiction regarding debt priority ranking is limited to certain well-defined areas such as bankruptcy, tax collection, and banks. This is obviously something that will have to be discussed at committee. Mr. Speaker, let me close by saying this. The Criminal Code is not some pet project to be tinkered and played with by Conservative backbenchers looking for reasons to appear tough. The Criminal Code is not supposed to be used and amended by backbenchers in order to send out a press release or used as an opportunity to put something in a householder or a newsletter. That is not how we make laws in Canada. I should say that is not how we used to make laws in Canada. And, Mr. Speaker, the sad part of what is happening in Canada under this fact-free Conservative government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Now, resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Hamilton Mountain. Order.
I rise in the House today to speak to the same private member's bill, C-350, an act to amend the Corrections and Conditional Release Act, Accountability of Offenders. This bill requires that any monetary amount awarded to an offender, pursuant to a legal action or proceeding, be paid to victims and other designated beneficiaries. Mr. Speaker, I believe my colleague, the member for Stormont Dundas South Glengarry, proposes this measure in good faith, an attempt to tackle
The honourable member, just give us a moment. There is too much noise in the chamber. With due respect to members who have the floor, in this case the member for Hamilton Mountain, if members wish to carry on conversations, I ask that they take those to their respective lobbies, and we'll continue. The honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that intervention, Mr. Speaker. As I was saying, I believe that my colleague, the member for Stormont Dundas South Glengarry, proposes this measure in good faith and attempts to tackle an important issue. The bill's intention appears to be to improve support and fairness for victims of crime and their families, and to ensure offenders meet their obligations to society. That is something I know all members of this House support. Victims of crime must, of course, be treated with compassion, dignity, and respect. They need and deserve the support of their community and the support of their government. The government has an obligation to listen to and respond to the needs of victims. But this government's record on that score leaves a great deal to be desired. My colleagues opposite spin a good yarn about defending and supporting victims, but when it comes to concrete action, they obstinately, and flying in the face of all evidence, pursue policies that will increase crime levels, increase recidivism, and make our streets less safe than they are today. From their omnibus crime legislation, which experts expect will actually create many more victims of crime, to the shameful decision to end the gun registry and destroy the attendant records, this government continues to promote policies that victims of crime oppose. In fact, it's pretty clear that this government has about as much respect for the views of crime victims as it has respect for facts and evidence in public policy making. That is, none. Mr. Speaker, this government fails to provide adequate supports for victims of crime, and it fails utterly to understand and address the root causes of crime. And that is a fundamental difference between our approach and the approach of the members opposite. We want to help victims recover, to offer them every support we possibly can. We want to provide the necessary resources to help them heal and to put their lives back together after enduring experiences that in some cases are more terrible than any of us here can imagine. But I think any victim would tell you that amongst the best things we can do as legislators is to work towards a more effective criminal justice system and do everything in our power to prevent criminal behaviour in the first place. The economically and socially responsible approach is to invest in crime prevention by investing in Canadians and in our communities. We can begin by committing to develop a coherent and robust national housing strategy and put in place a sensible plan to address homelessness. Mr. Speaker, this country has as many as 300,000 homeless people on our streets, and yet we remain the only country in the G8 that lacks a national housing strategy. We must ensure that all Canadians have access to primary health care, including mental health treatment facilities and addiction programs. We must ensure that Aboriginal Canadians have access to the housing, health care and education resources necessary to build strong and vibrant communities. We must ensure that young Canadians have opportunities through early learning, post-secondary education and apprenticeship programs to participate fully in our economy and become engaged, contributing members of society. And we must build and support a functional correction system that offers effective rehabilitation programming that reduces the risk of reoffending when prisoners leave the criminal justice system. What we have seen instead from this government is an abdication of responsibility for providing the kinds of social supports, housing, healthcare, education and jobs that are the foundations of an effective crime prevention strategy. We have also seen a complete failure on the part of the Conservative government to live up to their promises to put more police on the streets. In fact, this government has failed crime victims, it has failed the criminal justice system, and it has failed communities. But then that's what happens when governments pursue public policy on the basis of ideology rather than evidence. During the Senate committee hearings on Bill C-10, the Conservatives' omnibus crime bill, the Public Safety Minister told senators to ignore the facts when it comes to public safety. He said, and I quote, "I don't know if the statistics demonstrate that crime is down. I'm focused on danger." Mr. Speaker, this isn't the first time we've been told to ignore the facts by the Conservatives. In response to questions about C-10, the Justice Minister said, quote, "We're not governing on the basis of the latest statistics. Indeed, the blind pursuit of ideology and a dogged determination to dismiss facts and evidence as inconveniences is a deeply troubling hallmark of this government. It is unacceptable, Mr. Speaker, and frankly, Canadians have had enough. Canadians deserve better, and victims deserve better. Mr. Speaker, I regret that the legislation before us today is not part of the comprehensive, evidence-based, long-term view of Canada's criminal justice system that we need. However, I can broadly support the intended purpose of the bill, and it raises some issues that deserve closer examination. Victims deserve to be better supported, and this bill may be one way to take a step in that direction. I also support recommendations 12 and 13 of the Ombudsman for Victims report towards a greater respect for victims in the CCRA, which calls for an amendment to the Corrections and Conditional Release Act to ensure offenders fulfill their court-ordered sentences, including restitution and victim fine surcharges, and authorizing Correctional Services Canada to deduct from an offender's earnings reasonable amounts for restitution or victim fine surcharges orders. Mr. Speaker, I do have some concerns with this bill. It would seem there are jurisdictional issues that may prove difficult to overcome. And as my colleague, the member for Châteauguay-Saint-Constant, has pointed out, the bill appears to be designed to create two civil law systems, one for prisoners and another for the rest of society. But the protection of the law applies to all citizens, including prisoners. As well, I am unaware of any existing problems with judgments being paid. I wonder if this bill really represents a solution to a problem or whether it is, in fact, an exercise in wedge politics. If the government is genuinely interested in providing effective and meaningful support for victims of crime, why does it not reinstate federal funding for criminal injuries compensation programs? These programs have largely collapsed because of a lack of funding. There are countless victims of crime who are suffering today with no support, with no restitution, because the offenders have no money. Why does the government continue to ignore those crime victims? Despite these significant shortcomings, Mr. Speaker, I am willing to take a closer look at this bill to see where and how the broader objectives, the better intentions, can be supported. And I want to take this opportunity to encourage the members across the way to help make all conversations that we have in this place about victims more productive. I would encourage the members across to put aside ideology and to instead pay attention to facts, to evidence, to expertise and experience when it comes to developing policies on public safety. This means supporting and promoting proven and effective crime prevention strategies which make both financial and practical sense so that we can work together towards reducing the number of victims of crime in our country. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Sudbury.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very proud to once again stand up and speak in this House, and I also like to thank my honourable colleague from Hamilton Mountain for her great and eloquent speech on the subject. I too, Mr. Speaker, am very happy to rise today to give my thoughts on this private member's bill, Bill C-350, an act to amend the Corrections and Conditional Release Act. Having given much consideration to this bill, I believe that the legislation warrants enough consideration to be sent to committee for further study. Using recent statistics, Mr. Speaker, the cost of crime in 2003 was about $70 billion. What is even more shocking, Mr. Speaker, is that $47 billion of these costs were borne by the victims of crime. That statistic means that fully 2/3 of all costs of crime are paid by the victims. It is clear that we need to reduce these costs, Mr. Speaker. The most obvious way for us to reduce these costs is to reduce the number and the severity of crimes taking place in Canada. The problem is that this government's approach to reducing crime, in our opinion, is inherently flawed. If increased prison populations lead to decreased crime rates, then the U.S. would have a far lower crime rate than Canada, which is clearly not the case, Mr. Speaker. The government's omnibus crime bill contained a number of measures that New Democrats supported and that we were willing to fast-track if they were separated from the more odious aspects of that bill, Mr. Speaker. However, as is so often the case, the government was more interested in playing politics than in passing good public policy. So the government rammed through the entire bill, which will massively increase the Canadian prison population without having any effect on crime rates, with limited debate and scrutiny. While the government likes to talk about protecting victims, Mr. Speaker, the bill did nothing in regard to the most important aspect of victim support, ensuring that we have less victims of crime in Canada. It is good, however, Mr. Speaker, to see that some members on the government benches are willing to take a more nuanced approach to dealing with crime, and more specifically, with looking to help the victims of crime. Mr. Speaker, this bill would mandate that any compensation which is awarded to an individual who commits a crime through a court settlement will not be immediately paid to the offender. Instead, any money owing in terms of child support, restitution to the victim of the crime, civil judgments or fines will be paid out of this award. Only once these outstanding debts have been paid will the court release the remaining funds to the offender. Now, Mr. Speaker, New Democrats are committed to ensuring that the rights of victims are properly considered in all aspects of the criminal justice system. The Victims' Ombudsman, which is supported on this side of the House, has had a lot to say on these aspects of the justice system. In a recent report, Mr. Speaker, the Ombudsman called on the government to amend the Corrections and Conditional Release Act to include conditions ensuring that offenders comply with sentences imposed by the court, including restitution and compensatory payment of increased fines, and to authorize the Correctional Service of Canada to deduct reasonable amounts of income held to cover outstanding amounts corresponding to the specified compensation or increased fines. Mr. Speaker, in that sense, this bill seems to attempt to address those concerns. It is important to realize that the primary purpose of this compensation is to not punish them by taking away their money, but instead, Mr. Speaker, it seeks to acknowledge that crimes have an effect both on the victims of crime and on the offender's family, and that as such, offenders should be accountable to those groups. It is a shame, however, though, Mr. Speaker, that the government didn't include any of these provisions in its crime bill, and I think it is a very telling story that that was excluded. I think that this bill, with its focus on victims and the families of offenders, is a step in the right direction from the party opposite, Mr. Speaker. It's just a shame that it has to be pushed by a private member's bill and not by the government, Mr. Speaker. Additionally, I believe that we should ensure that the criminal justice system continues to focus on rehabilitating people who have committed criminal acts to ensure that people are not trapped in the cycle of criminality. By ensuring that offenders are required to honor these types of debts, I think that the criminal justice system could go some way in fostering a sense of responsibility in the offender to meet the obligations he may have towards the family, victims, and the community. Combined with adequate retraining and education programs, that could be a good way, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that rehabilitation is given a central place in the criminal justice system. However, Mr. Speaker, some critics of this bill have argued that by forcing offenders to honour their debts before being paid compensation, that we are treating offenders differently than we treat average Canadians. However, Mr. Speaker, there is some precedent for forcing people to honour their debts to civil society. For example, courts can garnish individuals' paychecks in order to make sure that they make their child support payments. Because of this, I do not think that it is unreasonable for parliamentarians to further study the possibility of this bill. Critics have also argued that this bill may infringe on provincial jurisdiction. However, as I understand, this bill replaces a previous private member's bill introduced by the same member on the same topic, and then he changed some of the provisions in the bill to recognize the province's right to set priority of claims regardless of settlement. I look forward, Mr. Speaker, I say this again, I look forward to hearing testimony at committee stage from legal experts to ensure that the changes made by the member are sufficient to overcome any worries regarding provincial jurisdiction. In summary, Mr. Speaker, bills like these would seek to ensure that offenders are accountable for their actions and that go some way to ensure the rehabilitation of offenders are definitely a step in the right direction. Mr. Speaker, I truly look forward to further study of this bill at committee to ensure its viability and to further analyze its consequences. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. En conséquence,
Accordingly, I invite the honourable member for Stormont-Glengarry, Stormont-Dundas South Glengarry. For his right of reply, the honourable member has 5 minutes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Speaker, I'm truly honoured. I'm sincerely honoured to rise today to respond to the debate on my private member's bill, Bill C-350. I'd like to begin by extending my appreciation to my colleagues opposite who took the time to participate in this debate, and I listened to their comments with great interest. Mr. Speaker, it's heartening to see that this bill has received a good deal of support during these debates from honourable members across the way from all parties. I think that this speaks to the bill's clarity and to its necessity. During these debates, honourable members have recognized that this legislation contains important improvements from the previous version introduced last year. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take the opportunity to stress the importance of passing this legislation. The changes to the Corrections and Conditional Release Act, which I am proposing, are crucial to holding criminals accountable for their actions and for supporting the victims of crime. Mr. Speaker, our government's commitment to increasing offender accountability in the criminal justice system is well documented. Just as well known, Mr. Speaker, is our commitment to supporting victims and rebalancing the justice systems to bring their interests to the forefront. In fact, this is one area in which most parliamentarians and law-abiding citizens all agree. This legislation will teach these offenders, some who have never been responsible even one day in their life, that in society we do have obligations and we do meet them. Putting an emphasis on offender accountability helps to correct negative offender behavior and is a key aspect to our correctional system. Hopefully, this will ultimately help offenders take more responsibility for their actions in their rehabilitation by reforming them into responsible members of society. Mr. Speaker, I am proud to report that this bill supports victims of crime. If an offender is a breadwinner in their family and commits a crime that leads to jail time, that family, the offender's family, will be left struggling often to fend for themselves. In many cases, Mr. Speaker, the offender's family are in fact victims. That family will be left struggling. Many times when the offender goes to jail, that poor family will be left struggling beyond belief. It is only right that any monetary award be directed to the offender's family before any goes to the offender. Bill C-350 will make sure that offenders live up to their family support obligations, and I think that's a critical part of this bill, Mr. Speaker. When an offender breaks into a residence doing harm to an innocent family and their property, It is only right that any monetary award paid to the offender be paid first as restitution to the victim. Mr. Speaker, I think that's just common sense.
Here, here. Agreed.
Mr. Speaker, it's only fair when an offender files a spurious lawsuit or court action and receives a monetary reward, their debts be paid prior to being able to benefit from that reward. For Canadians whose lives have never been touched by crime, it might seem that once an offender has been tried, convicted, and incarcerated, and in federal prison, the story is over. Well, Mr. Speaker, it is far from over for the victims of these crimes. For some victims, it may take months, years, a lifetime even, Mr. Speaker, of rebuilding their lives following physical injury and emotional distress. Some may never get to the point of closure, particularly those who have lost a loved one due to an act of violence, and we've seen way too much of that in the press recently, Mr. Speaker. In the 2001 speech from the throne, our Conservative government committed once again to providing support for victims. We have listened to victims of crime and as a result have introduced many measures that support the rights of victims opposed to the rights of criminals. Mr. Speaker, the passage of this legislation is another important step in supporting the victims of crime. That is why, Mr. Speaker, I urge all honourable members to stand up for the victims of crime and support this legislation. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I also wish all my colleagues a very, very happy St. Patrick's Day, and I hope that they enjoy their week in their ridings. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
And the question is as follows. Mr. Lauzon, seconded by Mr. McKenzie, moved that Bill C-350, an act to amend the Corrections and Conditional Release Act, Responsabilisation des
Accountability of Offenders, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favor of the motion will please say yea. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. Pursuant to Standing Order 93, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, March 28th, 2012, immediately before the time provided for private members' business.
2:10. The House stands adjourned until Monday, March 26, 2012 at 11 a.m., pursuant to Standing Orders 28.2 and 24.1.